fucking years. You didn't fucking get it by now. Get the fuck out of here.
Off to the rest of your spastics and tell them you can do nothing. Yeah, you can, you stuttery. Yes, spastic. Fuck off. Go away. Tell people you can't do anything.
Your stupid globe and I know you'll never look like your claims.
Fuck off. Back to your spastic retard.
Yeah, whatever, Nathan. You're a genius.
That's my fucking argument and demonstration of being a spastic.
Demeaning our argument with statements like, you can do fuck all with an angle.
So communicating the angular
What can you do with an angle?
Shut up. Bitch, shut your fucking mouth. Nobody was talking.
You shut the fuck up, Nathan.
I'll remove you if you don't shut up while I talk to Beth.
I will do what the fuck I like. Dad, giving up. You say to the North, fuck all with an angle, and then mention me in that. You are personally insulted. Therefore, I'm going to take a strip on you based on your ignorance of that angle. That's what I'm going to do. Or you stuff it. Okay? So that would be doing something with an angle, wouldn't it then? Yeah, it would, you stupid fucking retard. So our problem isn't with you personally, it's with you being stupid. Not understanding that you can do something with an angle. An elevation angle measure can find your position on the flat plane. But 6, you don't understand this and you're attempting to demean our argument. Statements of stupidity, like you can do fuck all with an angle. You can do lots with an angle unless you're a fucking retard, like you. You can measure your position on Earth by way of elevation angles. That is doing something with an angle. Zero comprehension of the argument we put across. Our responses to his claim.
Right, Ben, you can measure and find your position on the flat plane with an elevation angle.
Talk about your 2D surface.
It's called Adam Flat Earth Society.
You ain't got no purpose in life.
Self-obsessed little prick. Fuckwits, you told you not explain the argument. The spastics I'm telling you to go back to. Did they not comprehend the argument and put it across to you? You're surrounded by fucking retards, Ben. Clearly, we had an argument. I'm giving it to you now.
Learn the fucking scientific method or get the fuck out of here.
I'm not surprised. Listen to you lot. You go fucking mental over a simple geometric fact. You've got a third of a triangle, yet you're doing magic with it.
Adam, your Flat Earth Society, mate.
It's called Adam Flat Earth Society.
Call QE Owen or wanker all you like, yeah?
Okay, while Bev's here, I just want to say, if you're subscribed to Bev, you're a
No,
spastic
fuck
like
off!
Bev, because he's going to make you stupid, like he's making all of us stupid. Unsubscribe to him immediately. Definitely don't give him any money, because the guy's a fucking retard. He's going to make you more stupid, and he's going to either be conveying his stupidity to you to soak up,
Adam,
or he's
your
fucking
Flat
lying
Earth
to you.
Society, mate.
Either way, he's poison.
Flat Earth
Unsubscribe
endorsement.
to
Thank you very much,
Shut up,
Nathan.
Bev, while I tell my audience
So
to
fuck off!
unsubscribe from you and never give you any money.
I'm
Yeah,
telling your
that's what I'm telling
audience.
While I tell you to shut up, Bev, I'll tell my audience, you, Bev, are a fucking thicko, and nobody should be subscribed to you.
Just living in reality, Nathan. Don't worry.
Shut up while I tell my audience that you're fucking thick and they should
So fuck off!
stubborn. Spoiled bitch. Excuse me, daddy issues. Adam Flat Earth Society. Kick him out, he's a fucking retard. He doesn't belong here, he's a spastic. Another Adam. He's done his attacks and me, and then Adam again with Adam bombs. I haven't just called Bev a spastic. I called Adam Flat Earth Society. Can't do anything with an angle. An angle will be acquired through a star and GP on a plane. That's an argument. It's an ad bomb.
I think you guys are having a communication problem.
No, then the fucking angle.
So fuck off!
Dead air again. Shut up! Everybody else, can you shut the fuck up? Free ad bombs.
So fuck off!
Why do I get so
Yeah, you need
much
other things
resistance?
sometimes.
I know
When you oversimplify it down to only that means you don't understand the principle of celestial navigation. That's what we were pointing out there. I think you personally were getting cancelled about you as an individual. Like we give a fuck. Like we give a fuck about you and your personal problems that our people talk about. You are a wanker, and we will treat you like a wanker, because that's how wankers get treated. Personally. Well, this fucking stupid bitch attacks everybody personally. It's called Adam Flat Earth Society. Describes how the use of an angle to find your position on a flat plane when measuring it through the star singular angle at that point is useful, because it will use the angle singular to support your position at sea on a plane. So that's an argument. It's not me just calling him thick like you just called Adam Flat Earth Society.
Sick of this shit! Not
Yeah,
you,
I
Nathan!
Understand? It was an argument against his assertion that you can do nothing with an angle. You can. You can save your life at sea by measuring that angle to the star. Called Adam Flat Earth Society. What does text do?
Measures angles.
You can do fuck all with an angle, Bad. He said you can do fuck all with an angle, and he is wrong.
Not
Yeah,
you,
I got it.
Nathan! I'm talking to everyone!
And my fucking balls taste you unbelievable spastic.
Just an angle, Nathan. No need to get upset about it. What are you going to do with it? What are you going to do with it? What are you going to do with it? Yeah.
Are we?
You can do fuck all with an angle.
I can demonstrate what you can do with an angle.
You've got one angle. What are you doing with it? What are you? How do you draw a circle with an angle?
You just don't know what.
How do you draw a circle with an angle?
Understand? It was an argument against his assertion that you can do nothing with an angle. You can. You can save your life at sea by measuring that angle to the star. Communication of an angle that you measure. That's not doing something with it, right there. You fucking retard, you spastic, you dumbo, you thick fuck. Shut up, Owen!
You can do fuck all with an angle.
And we are live. Hopefully we should be. Discord is having a bit of an episode, let's say. Hopefully it looks like it's cleared up. So it looks like it's on for tonight. Free for all Friday. Anybody wants to come in? Come on in and have a chat. You won't get the same approach as what you did at 24/7 on the politics server today. I don't know whether we should open up with an ask me anything type thing or versus anybody. But I mean, this is just a free for all. So if anybody wants to come in, talk about any particular things that have been going on during the week, that's what we're here for. So come on in. I will have to say, this week we've been doing ethics Mondays and Wednesdays. They've been very good. I'd say come and join us when we do those things. We won't be doing much of that tonight unless somebody wants to bring up something that we were talking about over that sort of thing. But yeah, we call it street philosophy because none of us are really, we're not sitting a university course on all of this sort of stuff. This is just how the everyday person can take these sort of things. When you get involved in this arena, you become to realise that, you know, there's a lot of things that you don't actually see and they're right in front of you. And for some reason, your eyes aren't open to them. And I consider this philosophy and the people around here asking the challenging questions, hopefully open those eyes and help me see many things that they've been there all the time, but you don't necessarily notice them. And I've found that there's a lot of people that do take offence at being shown that sort of stuff. in this arena, I call them model afflicted, but I'm beginning to realize that this model is it's a schema. It's a thing that you make up. You construct these models to help you get by in life. And seeing as we're in 2024, there's a lot of contradictions that you've probably already taught yourself to accept, not even look at. We call that ECV, existential cognitive veiling, things that are so real that you can hide from yourself. It is 2024. We're bringing these sort of things up because there are quite a few things that seem to be challenging for people, particularly in this little arena that we're in. We've been dealing with logic and geometry, and that sounds big-headed, like, but it's pretty simple. You really simplify your life when you start dealing with logic, and you can sort of relate those things to geometric understanding. You do tend to simplify a lot of the bullshit that comes along with modern thinking. We say free for all Friday. If you can get in, pop into the Discord. Although Discord is having problems. We've still got a few of us in here. Some people never even got affected by it at all. Yes, as I say, we've been going over this week, Monday and Wednesday, we were doing Nicomachean ethics. That's pretty interesting, the conversations that are coming from that as well. And I think we're watching the breakdown of Flat Earth. Whitsitt, looks like Whitsitt's took the full prize, and he's taking the trophy back to the American crowd. The poor English guys, and obviously QE and whoever, John and Neil and all of that, they're sort of struggling now, having to do deals with sort of bit player Discord channels. The war's been won, and it looks like the Flat Earth debate crew lost big time. They don't even know what they're doing. I've called this to a show today the flat plane pleonasm, because that's all we heard today. And it seems like people, I think they're fooling both themselves and other people with the understanding of what a flat plane is, because I don't think they want to say whether it is a pleonasm or whether they want to put an orientation to flat. Becomes a little bit tricky. I've got a little bit of a clip of the end part of Mr. Oakley. If nobody's got anything to say, we'll go over that. Anybody got anything? No. Okay. Well. Do you want to hear the end of this thing then? This is I had to go out, so wasn't able to listen to all of it. And I think that we were just going to get to a presentation, demonstration for Nathan Oakley, because there was a few people that were asking him today what exactly he meant by the measurement, and the best he could come up with is some sort of elevation angle, and apparently that proves a flat Earth. That's how you measure the Earth flat. Well, you'd have thought a flat angle would have been an angle on the horizontal, like an azimuth type angle, but no. Nathan Oakley wants to have an angle in the vertical plane that proves a flat Earth, which is pretty weird. And as you heard with the beginning one, we do say you can do fuck all with an angle, and Nathan Oakley seems to be able to prove a flat Earth with an angle, certain angle, like. But let me get this screen on for you guys. Hopefully this should work. Let us know if you can see that, guys. I don't think I need to put it on the screen. Okay, so Nathan Oakley's been there all day. He's fielded a few questions. It's getting a little bit late. I think his time's being done. And this is near the end. All right, so
okay.
Yeah. So if LARPer or otherwise, if you want to take something away from this discussion in terms of a knowing, because you seem ambiguous in terms of your declaration of position, and you're getting attacked for it, which.
Right, so some guy's been there. He's talking about knowing. You might want to jump in on this one, because Nathan Oakley is, talking about knowing, and we've done a fair bit about this. Belief, knowing, proof. Gets pretty deep within the philosophy, but
I think you are muted because there is.
What do you mean?
Mark, that you are muted. I think.
Who's muted? What you saying? Can nobody else hear me?
Is silent only for me.
What's silent? Is it messing up in Discord or something?
You're coming through for me.
Oh. Paper, the Discord's having problems, so I don't know what sort of problems are you having. Paper, can you hear me? No.
He might have just come in on the back end of all the problems they were having.
Yeah. Discord, YouTube can hear me. Could you hear me? I take it you guys could hear Paper as well, because that seems to be coming through.
Yeah, I heard him. Yeah.
Okay.
It was funny in the.
Only from YouTube. I can hear it.
You might want to
Are you
leave
back?
Discord and go jump back in again, Paper. It sounds like. Or Discord might have done a thing with your sound settings. Internal, but I don't think you can hear us. Can you?
Okay. Now it's okay. I think it's this Discord.
Yeah, Discord's been messing up, Paper.
Yes, I clicked off because now it is by default when you are streaming. I think it is icon that you are muted, so I have to unmute you.
Okay.
So it's weird.
Yeah, everyone else is all right, right? And you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did want to add before I have to go that what you're fixing to play, Nathan earlier in this conversation, not long before that, had said about, we know the, I forget, I'm going to paraphrase, but he basically said, we know the globe measurements, we know the globe, model. But now he's going to go after this guy for saying something about knowing something.
Yeah.
It's pretty wild. it seems like the Wittgenstein, like the language games and they're not defining words and terms. So you're just left to interpret how they mean it when they say it at the time, I guess.
Yeah, you have to take everybody's individual interpretation of all of their different arguments. It gets very tricky, and it's a terrible place to have to try and enter onto the presences of asking somebody a question to have it reversed on you.
But it is very eye-opening, like if people can do it more often to ask the clarifying questions. Like I heard a guy in videos saying this, the Socratic question.
Yeah.
Hey, let's see if we both agree on how you work. If not, then the conversation's going to have a hard time moving forward. But that doesn't happen very often. So that's all I have.
Yeah. Okay, let's listen to a bit more of this. So Nathan knows, and he wants somebody to take something away. So there's a little bit of a lesson coming, I think.
I don't know if that's justified or not. I don't care. But if you want to know Earth is measured flat, and know how it's measured with Polaris. Lime for their radial value on a sphere Earth, if you're not claiming to be a globe Earther, is the distance at the minimums to Polaris on a flat plane. That's where they get their 3959 radial value from. So it can back engineer into the latitude system that's measured flat. And they plonk it on a globe. Earth's measured flat for the most important bit. I would suggest you start talking.
Okay, so Nathan Oakley's convinced that the measurements are taken by the minimal elevation angles to Polaris, although they don't use the 15 degrees from the horizon because there's known to be massive distortion at those sort of points. But Nathan's got a distance, but that's a flat Earth measurement to Nathan. Impressive. And obviously the guy's said something, and he's about to do his Oakley thing. Flat Earth debate.
I'm telling you, you don't know. You don't understand. Just shut up then. Telling you the Earth is measured flat. You said, I just know there's no curvature. Okay, that's right. But if you understood how Polaris was measured to give all the maps their system.
See, I have a bit of a problem if anybody's saying that. There is curvature. So you have to be a little bit more specific because there's curvature everywhere. I've got a pint cup in front of me. It's got curve. So there is curvature.
Systems of latitude. You'd understand how Earth is measured. Flat. You'd know it was flat.
Why do you keep interrupting?
Don't know.
Listen.
I don't know why he keeps interrupting at the end of the conclusion. I don't know.
I didn't really hear the guy interrupt at all. So Nathan's obviously looking for a way out, I think.
And he is not interrupting the conclusion because there is no conclusion.
Yeah, he's just restating again that it's measured. He said we know, and now that's a trickery, right? Because he's not giving anybody any idea of how to know this. He's just getting you to repeat it.
Yes, generally speaking, you can know by means of proof, but measuring angle, elevation angle, is not proving Earth being flat. That's the problem to be resolved. Because without that, you cannot produce proof that this horizontal somehow proves flat Earth. So it is inconclusive. There is no conclusion. It's just statement that we have elevation angle to Polaris. And of course, elevation angle involves horizontal. they call it baseline, but you can have horizontal anywhere, so it doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, I was thinking about that earlier today, and I can't quite understand whether Nathan Oakley thinks that horizontal is a flat Earth, or that you can only get horizontal because the Earth's flat, like it's a precursor to horizontal, the flat Earth. But in which case, you would still have to be able to prove it. Surely you can't just point at horizontal and say, look, a horizontal, that's horizontal because the Earth's flat. Therefore, the Earth's flat because we have a horizontal. That's ridiculous.
Yes, so it has to be proven that existence of horizontal is because of flatness of the Earth. So, I would say that it is impossible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can't say that the horizontal comes from a flat Earth.
Yeah, but it should be proven. So that would prove.
Can you hear me now?
Earth being flat.
Yes.
My mic wasn't working.
It is now.
But now, okay. I was telling them earlier in the politics server today that flat's not an orientation.
And how did they take that?
Now they always ignore me, but maybe my mic's not always on. I don't know. I just like to say things and people just ignore me. Except for yesterday, they called flat earthers stupid. But then when I brought up something, he said, "You're right." I'm like, well, then how can I be stupid if I'm right? These guys are crazy.
Well, people like to call people names nowadays anyway. It's the in thing, I think, to try and trigger people with these sort of things. Like Nathan Oakley having a go at this guy for interrupting when he wasn't interrupting at all.
He talks to Manufactotum at some point. I don't know if that's right now or not. About measuring. Yeah, like define measurement and stuff.
Yeah,
Nathan
I think that was a little bit earlier. I think this is near the end of his particular showing in there today.
Perfect. I missed his ending.
Right, here we go.
I'm saying, yeah, I understand now.
What's that? Sorry?
Right, so I think Manufacture was after this, towards the end.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is like really close to the end.
Earth's measured flat. The questions about ice walls, you've got them from a rhetoric that's been put into place so that flat earthers arrive at this subject and start regurgitating garbage arguments that are easy to overcome. Like,
regurgitating easy arguments that are easy to overcome, like the black swan, fallacious
elevation,
like
or
the,
elevation angle.
The sextant, the elevation angle, measuring the Earth flat. That's one of the worst bunches of rhetoric I've ever heard. Nobody can ever answer them. They just have to mute people.
I would say that in comparison to that elevation angle or black swan, this ice wall is better argument.
There's pictures of it, at least.
Yeah.
Like ice walls.
So what do you know about those, really, entirely? Like,
Don't. I know about as much as you do.
Okay.
For I wouldn't dare claim that we've got one. Because I don't know.
Right.
To what you know. If you know...
See, it's about what you know. Nathan's talking about what you know. Because you have to know these things, otherwise you wouldn't talk about them. Like Nathan Oakley talking about the Earth being measured flat when he's never made a measurement. Like that sort of stuff that Nathan Oakley's talking about.
Know how Polaris is measured to give latitude to the grid systems on the maps. You know Earth's measured flat. That's it. That's all you need.
Give latitude to the grid systems.
Yes, and grid systems are not on the ground, they are on maps.
Yeah. And they're square as well, aren't they? Grids.
Yeah.
And Nathan Oakley thinks latitude is a circle. So that's a bit misleading, isn't it? Putting latitudes on the grid systems. That would sort of say that the grid system was already there before you can put the latitudes on them. So you can forget about the latitudes because the maps have already been made with the grid systems, Nathan Oakley. It's irrelevant where you put your little grid systems, your latitude marks on the grid system. The grid system's already there.
He always seems to shy away from when you talk about grid. A grid, he doesn't want to go anywhere near that when I've spoken to him. As if that nails him to something he doesn't want to be nailed to.
Yeah, it's something he doesn't know about, right? Like he's telling this guy.
Yeah. I don't know if you heard the guy earlier I think it was earlier, when QE was trying to get him to measure or to get, work out the calculation. Rhetoric with Helsinki. And Nathan berated him and said, so you haven't done it then? You've never done this. And then he claims, well, you don't have to do it. I don't have to do it. It doesn't mean anything because I haven't done it. But he did hold this guy to that measure. That's quite amusing. But yeah, the grid, he's a bit vague on that.
I think Manufacturer told him has a question.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Are we going to be outstaying our welcome shortly, though?
Oh, look, you guys are welcome to stay as long as you want, but I'd say in about 15 minutes, I'd say that the room will just go back to normal and we'll unmute everybody who's in here that's muted and it'll just be a normal discussion, but you're quite welcome to stay for the discussion.
Yeah, it's about all the time I have.
I guess something else to ask. What is something that you could easily convince someone that believes in the globe Earth about? That's like the number one thing you would just tell them to teach.
Polaris measurement. I'll just reiterate it then.
No, okay,
I'll
that's
just
good.
reiterate it for him. I'll answer you. The measurement that gave the globe its radial value and the long latitude system that wraps around the globe.
Okay.
If you're a globe believer, then you will appreciate that there's a latitude system on the globe. The origins of that system are measurements of a plane. That's how Polaris is measured to give you that system they use on a globe.
So that's how Polaris is measured, right? Give you the idea that you're measuring a light in the sky, but he'll tell you you're wrong. You're not measuring the light in the sky. You can't measure the light in the sky. Anything to do with the light in the sky. Through trig, you can't do it. So it's a little bit tricky to understand whether he's actually talking about measuring to a light in the sky or not. It's the light in the sky that's on the ground, apparently.
Globe.
Yeah,
so if it wasn't for measuring...
Sorry, go on.
I was trying to understand what he meant by the 3959, where that was derived from, and he seems to be using that in reference to the flat. Yeah, from, that was reverse engineered and they needed that 3959 so that all the latitudes and longitudes fit on the globe, as if that's still a verified measurement on the flat Earth, it seemed to me, and I couldn't quite understand what he was saying about that. I know they're using that in sense of the visual limit. Some people are talking about that on there. I think Shane's flat Earth model is 3959 is a visual limit of humans somehow. Seems a bit unclear to me, but
yeah.
So I was trying to understand what he meant about it. And if it is, if it's a common figure that does exist on both models, or is converted, it can be transferred from one model to another. Of course, they haven't got a model, but they keep giving source information that sounds very much like a model to me. Unless you ask them, and they say, no, we haven't got a model. And so I don't know what that meant in reverse engineering.
But he knows it, right? That's the point of this little section we're going over, Nathan's berating somebody because they don't know, but he knows this. And I don't know whether it's coming through clear enough that he does actually know it. It just seems like he's really vague with his statements. Seems a little bit hypocritical at times, and not something that you get from somebody who knows something, I wouldn't say.
Polaris with a flat plane beneath your feet, you wouldn't have a globe. Genesis of the globe is a flat Earth measurement of Polaris.
All right.
There you go. So the genesis of the globe is a flat Earth measurement to Polaris.
This is nonsensical statement. It's just. I would say.
Well, this is where I thought he was linking the 3959 to as like an original measurement from a flat Earth that was rolled around a cylinder and a transverse Mercator, stuff like that, as if it was an original figure.
Well, 3959 is a distance, and an angle measurement normally comes in degrees. It doesn't come in a distance measurement. So how do you relate those two things together? I mean, I don't know. Nathan obviously has some sort of future sort of mathematics coming on, but there's no relation to me. There's no relation, a distance to an angle.
Only with this assumption, this 60 nautical miles. So basically, I would say that when he was talking about this minimal angle to Polaris, so when Polaris is sitting on the horizon, and that position would be 180 degrees, or nearly that, and multiplied by 60 nautical miles, that would be this radius, I think. Supposedly.
I don't know. I don't know how you do your maths,
guess.
But I'm guessing that I thought that they internalized an angle and worked out a circumference. But, that's just me. This seems to be a different way of doing it.
No, I am talking about supposedly this, what Nathan Oakley was talking about. But this is just my guess.
Would that angle to Polaris be 0?
That's what I was thinking. So thinking where the 180 was.
That's not an angle. Right? There is no angle to Polaris if you're doing 0. And if you're going to say that's your measurement for the flat Earth, where the angle that you're claiming is nothing, it's not an angle. It seems to be flimsy a lot. It's not really an argument, is it?
Yeah, because to have these numbers, because of course you cannot multiply anything with 0. But the only way that would be possible to calculate anything, that would to be turning this 0 into 180 degrees.
How though? How would you measure that angle?
No, I don't know. It is not measurement of the angle. This is just calculation. Because measured angle would be 0. So 0 is 0.
Yeah, but that's what Nathan Oakley's saying. That 0 angle is the flat Earth measurement that gives you 3959. Now, I don't know how you get that angle to make 3959.
Only, as I said, only by conversion this 0 magically into 180 degrees. But it is not measurement. So it is not measured angle. This is what I am saying. If you have 0 angle, literally 0, it means that you can multiply 0 by 60 nautical miles, so you have 0.
But the 180 by 60, that's not 3959, is it?
I have no idea
10,800.
because it is nautical miles. So you should rather multiply 69 miles. Static
Maybe
miles.
more then.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows?
So that's
I don't
even
know.
more.
I really don't
So it's
know.
like nearly 70, 77, 8, 56.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. It's not
1260.
There's not really
1260
any
miles.
maths to back that up at all.
Mm.
But I mean, it's not for
That's what I
us
was
to
trying to wrap
find
my
it.
head round, yeah.
It's
No,
Nathan Oakley
certainly
that says
not.
he knows. He's giving this information out. So, I mean, like, who are
It's
we
just-
to delve into the minds of a
Yeah.
madman?
It's just that when Brian talks to me, he said, you know, all of these maps come from a flat Earth map from the beginning, and they've been rolled on a cylinder and this, that, and the other, and then rolled back out again. And so I kind of have in my mind, well, is he saying that there was this flat Earth map? It has been in existence, and there is data that goes along with that that's then been put onto a sphere. You know, and so this 3959 is an original flat Earth distance somewhere.
I just
It's
want
hard to
jump
kind
in.
of work out what he's trying to say.
I think all their
Oh, my-
measurements they talk about first are just the angle measurements to the lights in the sky. And then they put them on the ground somehow. They just put all the lights on the ground and map out the lights from the sky on the ground. And then wrap that around a cylinder and then spread that out onto a ball somehow. But it all starts from looking at lights in the sky and putting them on the ground.
For me,
You know, whatever it may be. I mean, if it's a 3959 that relates to the flat Earth, I'm trying to work out where it relates to it, and where, you know, for me, that's
How you convert an angle to
Yeah.
3959, which is a distance.
yes, it is. For me, it is. I cannot see connection because I just calculated on calculator here that because if we have this 45 angle, 45 degree, and we multiply by 69 miles, static miles, so and multiplied by 2 because it will give you this 90. So it's 6,210. So it's still the wrong number. So I really don't know that
Yeah, I
specific
was
number.
hoping somebody might enlighten me. But it hasn't
Somebody
happened.
handles the Oakley mathematicians. Come on, there's got to be some of them out there.
calculate
They
that
must
because-
talk about this stuff all the time.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
really-
trying to say, let's stop looking at the lights in the sky. Let's do some measurements on the ground.
Well, we're just trying to work
Oh,
out
wait,
how
Ev's
Nathan
already done
Oakley
that.
thinks, because Nathan Oakley says the globe has come from flat Earth measurements. And these flat Earth measurements are measurements of angles, which somehow get miraculously calculated into a distance, which the globe guys are calling a radius. So somehow there's some sort of fancy trickery that, the ancients have done to make the globe earthers convinced that they've got a radius measurement, but Nathan Oakley's getting it from flat Earth angle measurements. Somehow.
From what I understand, it comes from 10th Man, who gave them all this stuff. But you know, I keep seeing there's a commonality through some things between globe and flat, some data and distances that seem to be common. And so I was trying to work out, well, where do they come from? And if they originated, they say they originated on a flat map, on a flat something. Where do they relate to that, and how do they relate now to that, so that you might imagine what the hell they're going on about?
Yeah, like at some point, there's all of the flat guys who are making the maps. We've got this 3959. We don't know what to do with it.
Mm.
We don't know where to put it or anything. And then eventually the globe guys come up and go, "Hey, that's our radius." Thanks a lot, guys.
Yeah.
Aristophanes was looking for this. Al-Biruni got close, but thanks. We've finally
'cause
found it.
to be a good flat earther, if that was the part, if it's not a globe, and then it's the only alternative, supposedly, is it's got to be flat, then that's what I want to know. Okay, all right, let me backtrack that and reverse engineer the reverse engineering and try and work out what you're actually saying and see if that fits into my sense of reality. You know, and then I could stand on a soapbox and say, yes, it's 3959. Look, you know, this is where it belongs. This is where it comes from. But, you know, these are the things I'd be looking for, and I'm looking for, you know, to see, well, what's going on here? Where's the root of this? Where does it begin?
He's been having his housekeeping questions, right, for 10 years now, right? And one of them is about any evidence of the radius measurement, right? Well,
yeah, he's got one.
He's had
somewhere.
He's had it all along. He's been tricking them.
Yes, with my calculation, it doesn't fit because it is too much. So it is not.
We need some clarification.
If he's saying that this is from this angle, so I can say that I can prove that it is not from this angle because the number is different. So it cannot be from
Did you
this
do your
angle.
adjustments?
The difficulty would be to ask him. You know, if you could just go and say, well, hang on, what's this? Where do you get this from? Is it an individual attack? You're personal attacking me? Kick him out. You think, oh, so just tell me what's going on.
He'd tell you to go and do it yourself.
Yeah, read a book.
I've already done
Yeah,
by myself.
tried it.
Just now.
Can't do it. Seems like a load of bullshit, Nathan.
If he says ask Johnny B, forget it.
But this is Nathan Oakley with his knowing. Seems to be talking a load of shit. But, I mean, that's what flat earth debate guys are known for, really, aren't they? Not all flat earthers, I have to keep saying, not all flat earthers are lying scumbags like Nathan Oakley, but Nathan Oakley is, and he's one of the top guys. He's being pushed forward.
I'm not a lying scumbag.
He's being pushed forward by the 24/7 flat earth guys who are pretty much similar, I think. You know, they're friendly, let's say. Those guys.
All right. Well, manufacture them seems like he wants the question. Thanks for answering mine.
Pleasure.
Yeah. So I'm just curious, how are you defining to measure?
Take a tool called a sextant, you point it at a star. There you go. You establish a horizontal baseline. Depending on the tool, you might use...
See, I want to go over that again. I mean, because that doesn't sound like...
you don't establish horizontal.
Yeah, they seem like they were two separate things. Like he sneezed or something when he said that. You get a sextant, you measure an angle, and you start with the horizontal baseline. Because the sextant isn't doing that. Like, I don't know where that came from.
You should know by now. You don't question authority. Come on, just get a sextant, point it at the star, and bish, bash, bosh. There it is.
Yeah. Establish horizontal baseline.
Yes, horizontal.
Right, so listen to this again. Listen.
Take a tool called a sextant, you point it at a star. You establish a horizontal baseline. Depending on the tool, you might use the horizon, you might use a bubble. You establish a horizontal plane of reference.
You don't establish a horizontal plane of reference with a sextant. It's not a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
Yes, he said or with bubble, but you are not doing that on this at the sea.
Yeah, you're not on a boat wobbling about establishing a horizontal plane of reference, either with a tool that establishes horizontal planes of reference or a sextant, because a sextant isn't one of those tools that does that. So, smoke and mirrors, Nathan Oakley, obviously. Questions he'll never answer. But what he's doing there doesn't get done on a boat with a sextant.
Reference, meaning you can reference it.
So, okay, so I mean, that sounds like kind of an example, but do you have like a definition?
Dig out the
Can you give
definition
him
of
Brian's whole rigmarole? Like, what is an inch? What is a? I like that.
No, we can just give them the definition. Measurement involves some interaction between the object and the observer or observing instrument. There is always an exchange of energy.
I like mine better. Measurement, the process of associating numbers with physical quantities and phenomena.
Quantities. Can you say that again? Process of associated quantities?
Numbers with physical quantities and phenomena.
Mm-hmm. Give him one example.
I would add straight line. The actual measurement is a straight line distance. You can call it a circumference or whatever, but when you straighten that out, you will get the straight line distance.
I would say that distance is always straight line.
Yeah, but then none of theirs said that.
Yeah, but still they were talking about physical quantity. So, so it is quantity of some units in physical world, but it is not measured by sextant, not distance. You are just measuring an angle. You are you can calculate.
Pounds or whatever, but I'm saying a measurement of distance is a straight line.
Yes, and the measurement of distance is in inches, meters, kilometers, or whatever, but measuring angle is in degrees. So it is not commensurable. Sorry, it is different measurement. So you are not measuring distance using sextant. You cannot do that.
Sure.
Okay, measuring a table. That's an example.
They always go to tables.
Okay, but is he measuring table using sextant? That's question. No, obviously not. He is using ruler or steel tape or whatever.
Yeah, but I mean, what would you be measuring on the table? Because there's many different dimensions for the table.
Yeah, but you are measuring distance using ruler. So it doesn't matter. But you are not measuring angle. You are not using sextant. Because sextant measures degrees.
Yeah, but he was only asked for the measurement. The definition of a measurement.
Yes, but measurement always involve units. So you can apply some kind of unit. So you cannot apply degrees to measurement of distance. Because it is not measurement of distance. This is just measurement of arc or portion of circle, whatever you can call it, but not distance.
Yeah.
So that's why I call it incommensurable. You cannot link just one to another, saying that 45 degrees is this distance. You cannot say that. You cannot equivocate two measurements, distance and angle. It is impossible.
Well, watch what you're saying, because that's what these guys have got hidden in their back pocket. They're not going to tell you and say outright, but that's what they want to do. They want to make you believe that an angle distance is a distance, straight line distance. Very tricky they are. They don't want to come out and say it. They want to try and make you make the claim for them.
Okay, so
elevation angles.
That's another example.
Sure.
Yeah, but let's stick to the topic. The topic is measuring Earth flat. Elevation angle is what we utilize to measure Earth flat.
So an elevation angle is what he utilizes to measure the Earth flat. Now that's pretty clever, because he's only now utilizing.
So he's doing something with an angle.
Yeah. utilizing an angle
utilizing
to
an angle.
measure the Earth flat.
But we don't know the process. That's our, let's say, this is not our problem. This is Nathan's Oakley problem. Because he was asked for that many times, and he cannot show how he utilized this angle.
Yeah,
into flat Earth.
there's some link that Nathan Oakley has between measuring an angle that he hasn't done himself and measuring the Earth flat. Now, when we've been asking him, that's the bit that we miss out, right? We understand he or not he, somebody else measures an angle, right? It's just the connection as to how that measurement of an angle proves that the Earth is measured flat. That's the link I can't see. And I think that's what everybody else is sort of asking him. It's like, how can I make this link? Because I just can't see it. I can't do it.
Yes, so, but it may be our fault that we cannot see that. So, but the burden of proof is on this who claims that Earth is measured flat. And because I think that nobody except Nathan Oakley can know something about that, because I don't know how to link this measurement of an angle with flat Earth. So if Nathan Oakley has this link, he should share this occulted knowledge.
That's what I think. That's been like a few months of conversations with Nathan Oakley, where lots of people have tried to make that link and get Nathan to learn the words, the rhetoric or whatever, so he can help these people out. But I don't know. Still not there for me, But I mean, again, I think that, well, we're the ones that say you can do fuck all with an angle, knowing that if you've got an angle, you've just got that. It's just an angle. You can't really do anything else with it geometrically. It's just one angle. It's a third of a triangle.
Okay, well, real quick, because the table I think is a good sort of down-to-earth example. If I measure a table, I can measure various things about the table, right? I can measure its size, I can measure its weight, I can measure its temperature, I can measure a whole bunch of different things. And one measurement, measuring one quality of it isn't measuring the other qualities. So if I measure
but the only thing that's relevant to this, like an elevation angle, would be just that the table is level. That would be what would be sequitur. So we're talking about level, horizontal, flat, straight as an orientation, and the measurement of.
So it is not orientation.
He's got straight as an orientation as well. I mean,
you can turn the table into vertical, and his surface will be still flat. So and straight and whatever, but not horizontal. It is not orientation.
Yeah, is he, again, I have struggled to understand, but is he equating the table to the Earth? Like 4 pillars and all of that? Is that sort of like a biblical thing, do you reckon?
I don't know, but he is, yes. He is, and still no connection with the Earth that is obviously and observably not flat.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like you could say that, if you were measuring an elevation angle from it, I don't know if that's the way he wants to equate it. Like the table could have all of the legs the same length, but be on a sloped bit of land, and you wouldn't have a level table, because thing is, similarly, it could be on a level ground, but have 2 of the legs a bit shorter than the other 2. So that again wouldn't prove level. Like all you prove is that the tabletop was level by checking that it was level, and then you could say that both the ground and the The
No,
table had
because
been
you-
made correctly
you-
to make it so it is still level.
Yeah, but you can do this. You can measure angle from chair, and chair is not flat.
Yeah,
It's- You still can do that.
Yeah, no, but what he was saying is that you could measure the angle to know that it's level. Listen to him again. I mean, this is Eli, right? But he's one of the top guys. They all seem to take him.
But isn't
you know,
measuring the other qualities. So if I measure
No,
how,
but the only thing that's relevant to this, like an elevation angle, would be just that the table is level. That would be what would be sequitur. So we're talking about.
There you go. The table is level.
Okay, but still, this only means that you know that this angle that you are measuring is elevation angle because it appears, it happens that the table is horizontal.
Well, no, you can't. You cannot measure an angle to establish level.
Yes, of course.
So,
as I said,
so I don't know what he's talking about. He's just talking a load of bullshit.
Absolutely, because you can't say that you are measuring elevation angle from that table because you already know that this table is
level,
horizontal. Yeah.
Well, there's another tool for establishing level. You don't measure the
You don't need
angle to
table.
establish level.
Yeah, so if he's trying to fix the baseline there.
Yeah.
You know, this conceptual horizontal, that the mean earth flatness, the wherever that is, it's, you need that in order for everything else to happen. So whatever you measure the table at, because this floor is level, that's where everything else must be level to it. Whatever orientation, that's your baseline somehow. They need this baseline for the angle. You need to claim it somewhere.
Yeah, but
otherwise it doesn't
he's
work.
Tracking it though. He's trying to say that measuring the angle, the sequitur to go along with that is that the table's level.
Yeah, because he requires a flat baseline for an angle somewhere.
Yeah.
You can have by other means this horizontal. So I would say that leveling table is not a very good method of measuring elevation angle, but okay. It doesn't mean that if the table is horizontal, it doesn't mean that the floor is horizontal. Indeed, many times you have to adjust legs because a floor is not horizontal, and to have this level table, you need to put something underneath the legs. One of them, two of them, or whatever.
Yes.
To make it level.
But you would never be able to measure an angle and say, "Oh, table's not level," because you could measure an angle from anywhere, even if the table wasn't level.
Absolutely, yeah.
And just because you're measuring an angle of 60 degrees to the light in, the light that's on the ceiling, right, from the table in the corner of the room, that doesn't mean that the table's level.
Yes, and because I think that they are just repeating after QE the statement that you cannot measure elevation angle from curved surface, and they desperately need to add something to that angle, because in fact you don't need any surface to measure elevation angle. But they think that they need surface. You don't need any surface to measure elevation angle.
Yeah, there's a few
they think they do.
That and the fact that the angle measuring device establishes a horizontal plane of reference. It doesn't.
About level, horizontal, flat, straight as an orientation, and the measurement.
Level, horizontal, flat, straight as an orientation. Well, straight and flat are not orientations. Level and horizontal, possibly. Level can also be vertical.
Yeah.
Horizontal cannot be vertical.
Measurement of that line as far as an elevation angle from you to the observed body and the GP.
Okay, so how?
Right. Again, they've developed their own language, and you've got to pick this stuff out. Listen to what he says.
Of that line as far as an elevation angle from you to the observed body and the GP.
That elevation angle.
Yes, but he's talking about distance, but there is no
The
measured
observed
distance.
body of the GP.
Yeah, but you don't have that distance.
We're not within the angle. You don't.
No. So why he's talking about distance to GP when you don't have it yet? You can calculate it, but you cannot measure it, obviously.
Listen to it again.
And the measurement of that line as far as an elevation angle from you to the observed body and the GP.
Okay, so how would I measure the
line?
No, this is not true, because he's talking about measurement of this line. So he's somehow measuring length of that line, but Nathan Oakley gave definition of measurement. And this is not this. This is not measurement. You have physical distance but you cannot measure physical distance using degrees. You need centimeters or whatever, not degrees.
Here we go.
flatness of a table?
The levelness of the table? How would you
No,
measure that?
flatness.
The levelness?
Why would you have to? It's flat.
The levelness?
No,
You would use a bubble level.
Hold on.
Water level.
This is becoming convoluted because now you're
Yeah,
trying
what
to
you- yeah, what are you
establish
gonna
how
ask?
flat a table is versus utilizing the Earth as a plane of reference. You understand the difference?
Line of reference?
Yeah.
What he's talking about?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just they've all got their own ideas. It's similar to when we were talking to the Globe guys. When you get a load of Globe guys together, because they've all got their own ideas and models of how they make these links together. This is what the flat earthers are doing, similar sort of way. They all don't know how to relate this thing to whatever it is that they imagine. They've got an angle and they want to turn that into flat somehow. They're all scrambling for how to do that, how to make those connections. It's madness.
My contention with what you've been saying today is that when you say that you measure the Earth flat, what follows is an explanation of celestial navigation and angle measurements that seem to be measuring something other than the Earth.
Really?
Yes.
Do you want to define what an
Isn't it
elevation angle
measuring-
is for us so we can... So, hold on, Eli. Do you want to define what an elevation angle measurement is so we can establish that we're using this word outside of the definition, and the definition, according to you now, doesn't involve Earth, I assume?
Of an elevation angle, it's the angle of incidence of some celestial body against a horizontal reference frame.
Have a source for that?
It's not going to be verbatim. Is there a problem with that definition, or would you like a more specific
Well,
one?
when you say horizontal frame of reference, that would be something horizontal that we can reference, right?
Like letters.
So we're dealing with the ground and ground positions, and if we're using the horizon,
We're dealing with the ground and ground positions. Well, you're
no.
stood somewhere, I suppose, trying to measure this angle with your sextant, presume. So there is a location, right, where you are. That's a ground position.
Yes, but even if you are on the ground, so even going with this definition of elevation angle from this solar panel company or whatever, you are standing not on the ground. You are measuring elevation angle not because you are standing on the ground, but because you are standing on horizontal plane. So this is the cause how that we call it elevation angle, because you are measuring from horizontal plane or line, whatever. This is the real cause why it is called elevation angle, not because you are standing on the ground. You can measure elevation angle standing on the roof or even being in the air. So it has nothing to do with the ground, really, but it has very much to do with a horizontal plane, which can be established everywhere, especially in the air.
Everywhere. Well, if you're measuring to the horizon, then that's not a horizontal, is it? Can't be a horizontal.
No, if you are pointing at horizon and you are above horizon or the ground, therefore you are not measuring, you are not establishing horizontal plane.
Yeah.
Because line of sight from you to horizon is not horizontal.
Known, not horizontal. Something that we can basically guarantee, because horizontals don't rise to your eye or wherever you've got the sextant at. Known.
Using that to get our frame of reference, meaning we reference it.
Yes, we reference
with the ground for ground positions. You understand?
You don't reference the ground, Nathan.
No, and this is not ground position. This is geographical position. So it is for a map. Nothing to do with the ground, really. Because you can have this so-called geographical position even above, on horizontal. If you create horizontal plane, so that would be this geographical position on that plane, not necessarily the ground.
Yeah, it's because horizontals and verticals work as they are. The fact that you can have anything situated in those positions, and it works on the vertical, so you don't need to have an elevation marked because it's a map. It's a
yeah, exactly.
But the tool, the sextant, doesn't do that.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Yeah. No, it's not the ground though. It's a horizontal frame of reference. It's not been
Stop a second. Stop. Sorry.
So this is where Manufactotum points out to Nathan Oakley it's not a horizontal, right? It's oh wait.
No, he said that this is not the ground.
Yeah, it's not the ground. It's just you're setting up a horizontal, which isn't the ground. It can be anywhere, but mainly, I don't know anybody that would ever measure it at the ground. That would be a really bad position for you to start off with your measurement, because you need to put your eye in a position to look up, and if you're on the ground, you can't do that.
Yeah, it's difficult to measure an angle while crawling.
Yeah,
it's just not very good.
Doesn't make sense.
Not the ground.
Not the
navigation, you say?
Not necessarily the ground.
Sorry. Okay. Well, when we're dealing with navigation, navigating, saving lives at sea, we'll keep it so it's something critically important that we know what we're dealing with. That process, when we measure angles with a horizontal plane of reference, did you say? Yeah, that would be the ground.
I think what Nathan Oakley's talking about here is on the water. Right now, I don't know many people. In fact, I don't know. I could probably list Nathan Oakley as one, but people who call the ground water. Have you ever heard that? Go and stand on the ground over there. It's like, but you're pointing to the middle of a lake. Yes, go and stand on that ground.
Maybe some people can walk on the water, but
it's not ground, is it?
No.
Anyone,
the way,
anyone else ever heard of anyone using the term ground to mean water?
Yes, so ground position of the star is in the water. So it's strange. It sounds strange for me, at least. But geographical position is correct.
Yeah.
And it has nothing to do with the surface of the
You're being
earth or the
pedantic
water.
now.
Have you ever
Listen,
heard of anybody
Biggie.
say ground referring to water?
No. No, and what I see is that, okay, the horizon is seen as geometric. But I know full well that if I went to that place that has been, spotted by the eyesight, by the line of sight, that it's going to be moving, if it's on the water, it's going to be moving as much as it is beneath me where I am. And that's not, horizontal, flat, level.
Well,
because that point in the distance is
not the point, though, right? Because the horizon over water, the true horizon, right, is known as being horizontal, right? But a horizon, a topographic horizon, that's geometric too.
Yeah,
isn't it? Because you mark the points at the mountains, the valleys that you can see. That's all definitely geometric, and
yes, but not horizontal.
Well, no, but over the water, right? That would be the horizontal. That's geometric too. They're all geometric, just in different ways, and you have to interpret them as you do.
Yeah, it's just the injection of this horizontal reference as being the surface that is what's going on, isn't it?
Well, I mean,
just to say that we have horizontal, therefore the surface is horizontal, and there's no measurement of this surface that has zero elevation change in the measurements that they say they measured.
Well, that's what Lamal said, right? Do you think that in this, Nathan calling the ground the water, is that the same as saying that the earth is water in a similar sort of way? Is he playing the sophist tricks in order to make the word association so it'd be easier for you later on as he tries to slip in this trick?
It's an agreement. Once you said it's the ground, then it's the ground. It says if he wants you to sit at this table and have this discussion, we have to agree that, the earth is flat. To try and fix you to a position that you say, well, you agreed with it. The ground is the ground. You said it was.
Yeah, if you say the water is the ground, because that's where we have the ground positions, then surely the earth can be flat if the ground is flat.
Because he emphasizes the ground a lot, as if that point in the distance fixes everything to be horizontal, level, flat, straight, whatever term they want to put to it. And we know that what we're walking on, what's beneath us, what we're bobbing up and down on, isn't. And they must know it,
I think that they added this ground position for purpose, but at least with this guy, this celestial navigator, professional, supposedly the celestial navigator, he is not using, I think, any single one time this ground position. He's always
because he's not trying to prove the Earth's flat with it, is he?
No.
Yeah, of course. He's always talking about geographical position. Or GP, because he's using abbreviation, of course, but he's explaining in first clip that this GP means geographical position. He never said ground position. And geographical position is geograph, so it is on graph of the geo, so it is on the map.
Yeah.
Not on the ground.
Geo being Earth.
Yeah. But this is graph. This is graph. So graph, not real Earth.
What exactly is the ground in what you're saying?
The thing we're navigating.
That we're navigating? Yes.
Yeah, so in navigation, when we're dealing with the horizontal plane of reference that we must have, we are, contrary to what you just stated, dealing with the ground.
We're navigating, but we're not measuring.
Yeah, we are. We're measuring an elevation angle.
Yes, but not the flatness of the ground.
And excuse me, I was still in the middle of my sentence. There's obviously...
He's right, though, again.
Yeah,
I know Nathan's going to try and say he's interrupting, but yeah, he's just measuring an elevation angle. You're not measuring the flatness of the ground.
And you are not measuring with a steel tape, or you on even if you are at water. On the water, you don't use this ropes and knots to measure distance. You cannot. You don't do that. So you are not measuring distance. Absolutely.
We're not having a go at flat earthers. We're not having a go at globe earthers. We're just pointing out the futileness of some of the current arguments going on here. This Nathan Oakley's been doing this, well, for 2 years now, since 10th Man sold him on the sextant. And this year, Nathan Oakley's decided to link it to measuring the earth flat. He's just linked on a ridiculous claim by 10th Man, the sextant, to Nathan Oakley's decided that he's gonna measure the earth flat with an angle measuring device. It's fantastic. But that's what we're going over here, that if you want to try and get some arguments going in maybe in some of these rooms, then steer clear of this one. It's got pit holes all over the place, and even when the originator of it can't actually do it.
Devastating to your garbage assertion that we're not dealing with the ground when we are. We are definitely dealing with the ground. We're navigating the ground. And we are definitely making a measurement. We're measuring an elevation angle measurement. And the measurement specifically has a plane of reference that most definitely is the ground. You denied that.
It is a ground. Do you want to hear that again? Because he even slowed that down. That was pretty impressive. That.
As a plane of reference that most definitely is the ground.
No,
most definitely is
not.
Ground. It's like he lost his words. There was meant to be something else there, surely.
Yeah, but this is just blatant false statement.
Just nonsense.
It is not. Plane of reference is not Earth.
It's not the ground.
Not the ground. No. Absolutely not. Never. Never ground.
And the sextant doesn't establish a plane of reference either.
No,
it's just an
and
angle
it's not measuring any distances. Yeah.
You denied that.
Yeah, I would.
Said it isn't necessarily the ground, and then I had to take you back out of La La Land and back onto navigation, because that's what we're discussing. Navigation is definitely the ground. Just like you to consider.
Nathan's never done this, right?
Yeah.
This man that's talking now has never actually done this. So, you know, he might have been told that you do measure these angles on the ground. Somebody might have been having a laugh with him when they told him that. But because he's never actually done it himself, he doesn't know. He doesn't know that you stood up when you're measuring an angle with a sextant.
And by the way, if he is really on the ground, for example, in the car, you are not really navigating the Earth. You are just driving a car. And in this car, there is just counter that count you how many kilometers or miles you passed, with what speed you are traveling. Yes, but this is not navigating.
Yeah, unless you like Dukes of Hazzard, then your tires are actually on the ground. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're a boy racer and you put some big rims on, that changes the whole thing. Yeah. Your odometer reading has nothing to do with it because you've got a different wheel size on.
Yes,
it's just totally out.
But at least when you are driving a car, your wheels are touching the ground.
Yeah,
they are rotating, and therefore they are measuring distance or length of whatever. They
of
are
some
doing
sort.
that. Yeah, but this is what
Yeah.
you are doing on the ground. You are not using sextant. You are not
Yeah,
establishing
yeah,
horizontal plane or whatever.
yeah.
It's just
How
different
far is
thing.
it to London? 23 degrees.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be half an hour. Yeah.
Give or take 7 minutes.
See that garbage that you spewed when you said it isn't necessarily the ground. It is.
It isn't.
Let's just get that peg down first.
It isn't.
Not that's being measured. No.
Yeah, well done.
So when we measure an altitude angle, it's not the ground.
No, it's
not. It's not going to be dealing with ground positions. It's not the horizontal plane of reference that we reference.
No.
It's not the ground. Yes, it is.
No, it's not. Why is
It
he
is
saying
one
no,
of them.
no, it's not, it's not, it's not, yes, it is. Slightly mixed messages there, Nathan.
Yes, because he is saying, of course, many wrong things and one correct. This one correct is, of course, this horizontal plane. This is one thing that is correct.
Where do you get the horizontal plane from with the sextant?
No, not from sextant, but he's talking about elevation angle. So, okay, I can agree. You need, for elevation angle, you need horizontal plane, but it has nothing to do with other things that he added. So my objection is that he is saying one correct thing and adding to that one correct thing 3 or 4 incorrect, as they were one, and they are not. There is completely separate thing, this horizontal plane. It doesn't need GP, it doesn't need ground or water or whatever. And of course, is not established by sextant. By other means, yes, you can, but not sextant.
Yeah, like they are always there, right? All of those,
yeah.
Every one of the horizontal planes are definitely there. You just need to wait to work out which one of the horizontal planes you're going to use as your reference frame. The sextant can't give you that. The horizon could give you a horizontal line for you to reference too, but you don't really know how accurate that is because you don't know what conditions there are as you're looking at the horizon. So I think Nathan Oakley should really get a sextant and go and measure an angle just so he understands what it is that he's talking about. This is just a bad show. Bad show.
So it might be the ground that we're referencing, but we're not measuring it.
The ground. Not might be. It's
That's
gone
not
from
been
no, it
established.
isn't. No, it isn't necessarily to it might be. No, we're navigating. Is, without question, the ground.
That's a pre-assumption. It's not been demonstrated.
So sorry. So if I'm navigating the frigging ground, you're telling me that it's a begging the question fallacy that I'm navigating the ground? No, I'm just navigating the ground. I'm measuring a plane of reference. Is it that suddenly it's not the globe ground? It could be an imaginary plane of reference, like a tangent or something. No. We are navigating.
What?
No, he's messing. By the way, navigator is just a pilot, and pilot is, or navigator is looking for directions and places where to be.
Yeah, where you going?
Yes, but this is a separate thing from driving. Let's say if you are driving a car on a long trip, you can have, for example, navigator that has map and he's aid for you, or you can do it yourself or with the phone. So you can have navigation in on your phone, but this is different thing from riding. You are just traveling on the ground, yes, but this is not navigating. You are navigating using map. You are not referencing your navigation to the ground. You are referencing your navigation to the map. So what's the point about talking that you are navigating on the ground? This is nonsense. You are not navigating using ground as reference to navigation. Your reference to navigation is map. not ground. It's completely gibberish what he's talking about.
He is a flat earther.
Navigating the ground with navigation, not maybe, not in certain circumstances.
I agree
Not
with that.
it could be. It is. Why do you
Yeah.
find this so difficult? Is
No,
it
I
because
agree
it's
with
not
that.
globe ground?
I agree
would
that
say
we're navigating the ground.
It never is. He says it is. I would say never is. You never navigate the ground. Never.
But navigation is not measurement. That's the issue.
Yeah, elevation, angle, measurements are measurements with respect to the plane of reference we will be measuring. We're measuring an angle. That's a measurement with respect to the ground. You seem to have a problem with that.
No, I don't have a problem with what you just said. What I have a problem with is when you equate measuring an angle from the ground as measuring the ground itself.
That's correct. Measuring an angle from the ground is measuring the ground. That.
No, it is not.
No, that's exactly the problem that Nathan doesn't seem to see here. I think lots of people have told him this. I think Lumpy said this to him as well. Sleeping Warrior, we've obviously said it to him, and now like many other people. And his response is always the same. He just wants you to capitulate that he's correct, when there seems to be a lot of people telling Nathan Oakley that he's not right. It doesn't. You don't measure the ground by measuring an angle from the ground. It doesn't work like that.
Yes, and by the way, you need because he's talking about reference. You could maybe use the ground as a reference if this reference was horizontal. But the Earth is not horizontal. It has bumps, trenches, valleys, mountains. It is not horizontal, so you cannot make it as a reference frame. Because if he's saying that the reference frame is horizontal plane, so the Earth is not that horizontal reference plane. It cannot be, because it is bumpy. It is uneven. So it cannot serve as a reference frame. It is impossible. I am saying that in addition to what you said. Yes, even if it were flat, measuring from flat Earth, you cannot measure Earth being flat from flat Earth, because it is just tautology. It's nonsense.
That's correct.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
What is it
You're
measuring?
conflating-
Sorry, if we're measuring an angle, the ground, is it measuring donuts? No, my bad. It's measuring the frigging ground. You said it wasn't.
Nathan, can you give him the Nathan? Can you give
Measuring
him
the
the
ground.
definition from Sys Design of elevation angle, please?
So here we go. We're bringing out
The best
the
definition.
yeah.
Best.
Well, I think he's on a commission, so they make a little bit of
Okay.
money every time they do this. Maybe they get a piece of a solar panel. You never know.
The altitude angle, sometimes referred to as solar elevation angle, describes how the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Oh, that would be the plane of reference, wouldn't it? Yeah, that's a sustainable by design definition of altitude angle. It very specifically measures two things. Line between you and the star, imaginary because there isn't anything physically there, and the physical plane you're standing on.
Physical plane.
Physical plane you're standing on. What's he talking about?
I can imagine, for example, for me, this is conundrum, because if you are standing on the roof, because basically you are installing your solar panels on the roof. So if you are standing on the roof and you are measuring angle, and you on this roof have physical horizontal plane of reference, so it means that you can go many steps, and you are going out, you are, let's say, leaving the roof, and you are still going in the air, because this line is physical. So you can go indefinitely in the air, standing on this horizontal plane, because it is physical, as Nathan Oakley said. So you can do miracle. Let's
Physical
say
plane. Planes are 2D,
yes,
and they cannot be physical yet. Nathan Oakley's just said physical
that's
plane.
physical. Yeah, nonsense. It's just utter nonsense.
I'll give you one more, right? Just so you can't say, like, oh, they're making that stuff up. No, listen.
Things. Line between you and the star, imaginary because there isn't anything physically there, and the physical plane you're standing on. It's the ground, by the way.
It's imaginary to the light in the sky, but that one's physical.
Yeah, I mean that imaginary is in one sentence.
Yeah.
All that he says, it's the whole thing is imaginary, from the observer to the celestial to the horizontal the observer is standing on. It's all the same sentence. It's just an imaginary
Yes,
concept.
I have another conundrum, because this, according to Nathan Oakley, this line of sight to the star is imaginary line, but the second one, in fact, the same line, I would say, that has different orientation, being horizontal. This line is no longer imaginary, but it is physical. Because it changed. I don't know why. This one is physical, and another one
it's because
imaginary.
It's because he can't do trigonometry with his triangle. One of them has to take it out of the bounds of geometry, and he's only focused upon the baseline of this angle entirely. He's been fooling people for quite a long time about this, but I think it's becoming, it's coming to a head more and more now. More and more people have noticed that they're talking about this. Mike Jones, does this guy sound like Matthew Learns?
No, he's Manufactotum.
No.
Yes,
Yeah,
from this
Manufactotum. I don't know.
Trolls team.
Yeah. I don't know. Manufactotum. I don't know.
The definition of this angle measurement. It also very specifically says measured. You seem to have a problem with it being the ground and it being a measurement.
No, the angle's the measurement, Nathan. The angle is the measurement. Since a sextant is a tool for measuring angles, not the ground or horizontal planes. We have tools called levels that establish horizontal planes. You still don't measure them, just establish them. They're already there.
Both, it's part of the definition of this measurement that is definitely a measurement. It's not a measurement because you say it's not the ground. It's just not the globe ground. It's the flat ground to form a straight line for an angle, because we're navigating the ground and we're measuring the ground. It's the ground that we're measuring, or this angle.
He's getting a bit obsessed with the ground. You can see there's a little bit of a trigger coming in here. And I think this frustration always comes when people, they're unsure of their actual arguments. Nathan Oakley hasn't really got one. He's measuring an angle, although he's never measured this angle. It would be handy if he did, because then at least he'd know that it's not the ground. The angle just isn't on the ground. But Yeah.
Hope that's absolutely 100% clear.
The ground.
All right, guys,
The flatness of the
very
ground.
quickly, before we finish up this point, I think that Nathan's actually finished this point, yeah. But we're going to finish up there. Nathan and that are quite welcome to stay in. I'm just going to unmute some of these guys, and everybody's quite welcome to speak. And
Before
other
you
flat
do,
earthers
because
feel
I will
welcome to
toddle off.
jump in.
But just before you do, thank you very much for having us Politics Discord server. This is where we'll disappear because I can't bear to leave my audience in audio chaos. But we will return. I'm super impressed with you all. You've all been awesome. Thank you very much for having us.
And just so you're aware, thank you very much. We're happy to have you here, but we don't put up with audio chaos in here either. So, yep, have a good one, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll
Bye,
chit chat
Nathan.
in the G Plus panel. Thank you for having us again. Bye bye.
We'll talk later.
Well, there you go, and that was it. Nathan Oakley went because they were opening the floor up, and I think they were releasing the hounds from their muting. So Nathan Oakley had to scurry away. Doesn't like audio chaos. And off he went. Proving the earth flat. It's a tough one. He's doing a tour. And I think, there are some flat earthers out there, right? But I don't know, within these realms and these Discord channels, I'm not too sure how many genuine flat earthers there are. Because let's face it, you'd never use this if you were talking to anybody about any sort of argument to do with anything in real life, talking to anyone about any of this sort of stuff. When would you get the chance to shout at somebody about an elevation angle measured by mariners? I don't know. I don't think it'd come up in the pub. I don't think you'd be able to have a chat down at the local news agents about measuring these angles.
Mariners don't measure elevation angles using sextant. Well, that's the first thing. And the other thing is that this moderator said that Nathan Oakley has dealt with question. And I would say that he hasn't. Because he didn't show the connection between measuring an angle, even elevation angle, with the measurement of the ground. So it's just a circle jerking, let's say.
It was just the management sort of ushering him out back door to the limo, to avoid the crowds, hordes of fans that might mob him and steal his clothes or something. It was a bit like that. Okay, that's enough photographs, thank you, see you next week. Totally managed thing. The whole thing is stage managed. AJ was put in position to mod anybody, and he did. He modded them in between everything that was said, so they couldn't interject. There wouldn't be any talking over, and then he'd release them. They could speak a little, then he shut them down. If they went beyond, then they were totally silenced. And then when they ran out of people, they said, "Oh, we'll have them back again," and then they muted them again. It was a totally staged event. I mean, they even had one guy in there came to ask some questions as if he was somebody new, and he was asking him questions 2 weeks ago under a different name, as if he was, somebody new that they never knew of. He was the same guy as 2 weeks ago, just with a different name. And they were wheeled in, it was a ridiculous thing. And like you were saying, where would you have these conversations out in the world? Well, even in this arena where supposedly people talk about this stuff, amongst them, nobody's done it. you know, even amongst the people who are talking about it, nobody's done it, and they're quite proud to say, "Oh, well, I haven't done it." And if you want to know anything about it, go and read a book. But I'm the authority. I'm the flat Earth authority, but you know, don't ask me any questions. You want to know, go and read a book. Yeah, if it's that easy to get 25,000 followers, well, woohoo! Somebody's been hoodwinked, or yeah, something strange is going on. But and as these questions seem to be seeping through, you know, two people asked today, "Where did you get the measurement? Where is the measurement?" And then manufactotum, you know, where is the reference? What is the reference? What are you actually measuring? How are you measuring it? And as far as I am aware, and I haven't been around long, but those questions came from here. And that's, you know, I think I'm correct in saying that these are on the level stuff, you know, that is seeping through into the dialogue of people, but they don't want on the level to be any part of it, which is quite strange. But yeah, the rhetoric is seeping through, and people are kind of thinking, "Oh, hang on, maybe there is something here to be asked, question to be asked, an answer to be sought." You know, it seems like, you know, we can't do it from here. That's just not on. I mean, I posted something in the chat this morning over there, and then I was banned. I haven't got I don't know, it's not a formal 2-day ban, but I couldn't go there today. I couldn't join the VC or write anything in the chat. I've been totally blocked out. So, you know, some people have access. Some people have staged access, it seems. They're allowed to join in, or some are tightly controlled as to how they can speak and how long they can speak, and on what subject. And when it's deemed, you know, that the star has had enough, needs a bit of a break interval, then they shut people out and move on to the next question. Doesn't seem very genuine to me, you know, at all.
Godzilla, thank you very much. He managed to give his mate Bible U a membership there. He's a big fan of this. This show is Bible U, one of the mods that isn't a mod now. Blocked me over there on the Nathan Oakley and on the YouTube streams.
I like Paula. I just want to say hi, Paula. I actually like a lot of what she has to say. But then again, I'm a flat earther.
Yeah, but she obviously doesn't like what we might have to say. That's the point.
No, but
she has freedom.
Deep
She's
down,
here.
she does like what we have to say, because she wouldn't be here if she didn't.
Well, that doesn't play out in reality, you know, because we're blocked and, you know, not allowed to go and make any comment there. Not even return the next day, even if you've been kicked out, like Nathan says on the show. You know, you'll be warmly welcomed back to the next show. But we're not.
Yeah,
We're
that's
blocked.
okay. I'm still banned from QE. QE's never gonna let me chat in his text chat on his YouTube channel. I didn't even do anything to QE.
Yeah, I've done nothing to Bible U either. Absolutely nothing, you know. Just didn't like something I might have said or questioned or asked, you know.
Bible U has famously quoted as saying that if you measure an angle, you can derive the other side through calculations. I don't know whether that was that you, Gords, or it might have been a level bastard that picked that one up.
Yeah, this is not true, because this 60 nautical miles or whatever this per degree is just this is not even estimation. This is just pure assumption, and you cannot have this distance. Without this distance being measured, you cannot calculate anything.
Well, yeah, you can't have that other one, because that's the distance to the light in the sky. That's the one that you can't actually have. So that's why it was quite hilarious. But
yes, if you have the one, if you have distance to GP of the star, then you have also distance to the star.
Yeah.
This is
I mean,
very
QE's
simple.
always been saying that this elevation angle is a triangle.
Yeah. So if it is triangle, so you have distance to the star, according to their measurements and this nautical miles thingy.
Yeah, there was a whole sketch of that today. Somebody asking Nathan about that, and yeah, he didn't have an answer, and he managed to get away from it, I think.
Well, now it's been introduced into the curriculum. Like, I was telling you, my daughter has, been confronted with the not that as far as education, the globe goes, that it's not a flat earth, definitely not a flat earth. She's been taught at school. Then, maybe I could take it up, this whole thing, and my inability to have a voice with my local MP and see what he has to say about it. See if there's something, a question could be raised in the House, in Parliament. See if we can get that far, maybe.
That would be interesting.
Yes, but I might write to the member of Parliament about it.
Yeah, because both of my kids are out of the school system now.
Yeah, I could link an Oakley video in and say,
yeah,
this is what's I'm worried about my daughter being exposed to this kind of geometrical nonsense, or the way that people act, because this has got further. I say, I mean, it's in the school, certainly in my daughter's school. I never thought I'm still shocked that it's even been, offered as a topic, really. I find that very strange. I've never heard it before in any education or curriculum or, homework book. The idea that they should be told that it's definitely not flat. I thought it was just a few globes hanging up in this classroom and geography books and what have you. And it was just at that level, but now it seems to be somewhere else, which does seem quite odd.
Yeah, so here, level bastards come. He says, this is a quote. If you have an angle, you have 2 of the 3 lines needed for a triangle. You can calculate the 3rd line from that. Bible U.
Isn't that why they say don't mention 90?
Well, Bible U says you can. So, yeah, I mean, that's what some people have derived in their own minds about this elevation angle. Because somebody's told them there's a triangle and a right angle, and but that's where the people get led by people like 10th Man. Obviously, I think 10th Man was the guy that's pushed all of this on most of the people. He's gone now, and Nathan Oakley's the one pushing it even further now. But Nathan Oakley believes it. You can tell he does. He's passionate about it to the point that he's willing to shout at people because they're not going along with what he's saying. Yeah, I don't dislike anyone, but Bible U has definitely shut down all lines of communication. She's done that, not me. And behind a block, she says some awful things about us over here. But, you do what you can.
Well, yeah, but I did get a message from somebody who was one of the voices there today asking questions. He said, in reply to something I'd asked. Lol, yeah, well, it's his job. This is about Oakley. Lol, yeah, well, it's his job. He's got to protect his reputation by any means, honest or otherwise. So, you know, it doesn't really matter, you know. Yeah, their house, their rules. I've made peace with it. It sucks, but I get why they have to work it that way. But at the same time, knowing that protect the reputation by any means, honest or otherwise. So I don't know whether he's beyond in a place where he does know these things. He does realize these situations. I mean, he did, you know, it was said that he knows that it's not the Earth is not the reference. It was handed to me in a portion of an email. And so if he knows that, then is this just dishonest, protection? Yeah, protect his reputation by any means, honest or otherwise.
But what kind of reputation is that? I wonder, because shouting at people, calling them names because they ask questions, and if this is his protection of his reputation, so I feel pity for him.
Yeah, well, he's hasn't done the course on ethics yet, but he has a lot of followers who chant for him and will sing his praises all day long and support him and be there to help him in this to preserve his reputation, by any means, honest or otherwise. That happens. It happens in society, and that's kind of what gets me the most about this. This is no different than the society that I detest, actually. That is trying to control us and lie to us and rob us and enslave us. I don't see this as any different. Really don't. And I had hope for better. I say when I first came across this, I was inspired by thinking, wow, seem to be some young guys, mostly guys, questioning the system, questioning authority. And I was it raised me up a bit to feel like, maybe this next generation are going to do it. Maybe they are standing up. They are going to make a dash for freedom, an attempt to dash for freedom. But now I'm thinking, it's just the same. It's just the same as, I don't know, I find very few enlightening things about it. I'm not.
There's
biased,
nothing new under the sun.
Well, there are some I
Sorry.
see who are trying, and I find them here, people here who are honestly attempting to look at things in an honest way and come to an honest assessment of what's going on and where we are and who we are, and so far I haven't been pushed into any disillusionment. So it's not everybody. I think there is potential, there is possibility, but it's certainly not in the large part of this arena. Maybe there are some people who don't voice it. They don't, they're thinking it in the background, but it isn't what I expected to find at all. And I'm no less keen to kick the system, this one or any, really, that seeks to, I don't know, just distort people's ideas, perceptions, freedom. Just don't really like that at all.
I don't like the way that there's people are throwing division into these things. We are all together, and we have to get along together. Surely trying to explain these things to each other is a better way than just shouting and arguing. Like as if in the school system, if they're going to be pushing this, as I've heard a lot of people say, they want to teach both sides, which seems to me like they want to teach false dichotomy. They want to start pushing this false dichotomy on kids while they're in the school system. Now that can't be good. Although, I don't know, would you think arguments going backwards and forwards, is it flat, is it globe in the school system? What would happen if somebody had to take the position of flat? Or would you always not take the position of flat? Would you always argue against that within the school system? Don't know how it goes. It's not really teaching debate or anything. It's just teaching a false dichotomy, as far as I can see.
Yes,
I could understand that if it was like a
would be
topic.
not the first false dichotomy within the school system. So just another one.
Yeah, I understand.
Well,
maybe
you could just look at it like they're just teaching models, you know, and that'd be fair. Like if you're teaching the globe model, Earth is a sphere, because they would, you know, the people who defend that model would say that it's not a perfect sphere, and like for flat Earth, that it's like a particular model. If you as long as you present it as just a model, a way to, you know, useful tool. But not actually flat, you know, like a perfectly flat Earth, then you could make it into a debate. Then you'd be arguing models, though.
Yeah, well, why wouldn't you just sort of go with science and what is? It's meant to be school, after all.
Well, what is it?
By the way, if you are talking about models, so for example, I wonder why they are not taught thoroughly, for example, Aristotelian model. Because it is a sphere, it is a sphere, and he shows paradox in his model. I think that's why Aristotelian model of universe is not taught in school, because he is in his model showing paradox. Things that cannot happen on his own model. So in fact, he's proving that Earth cannot be a globe or a sphere.
Right. But Bev I agree with that, but Bev just said, just teach it for what it is. So I asked, what is it? It's a fair, that's a $1 million question, right?
Like science, biology, chemistry, mathematics. Yeah. That's what is.
What about travel? Navigation.
Trains.
Navigation.
In my experience of education, is it's being dumbed down. We're getting further and further away from what is. You know, I mean, yes, in as much as, you know, in the UK, in the church, in the school, then the basis of religion is Christianity. So, and it's the same with geography. The you know, where the children are told they live is a globe, and within that paradigm. So, you know,
Can I ask you a question, Elder Bev?
Yeah, go on.
All right. Do you believe, like I believe that you had this conversation the other day. I believe that the latitudes are circles. That's the way I picture it in my mind, is like they're circles. And some people picture them as perpendicular. Are you one of those guys who picture that latitudes are straight lines or circles or some other shape?
I've always been, you know, lived in an experience where they're perpendicular. I hadn't ever conceived of them as being anything else until I came here and somebody posed that question to me. So, you know, and the longitude and latitude stuff, I don't have any direct experience of that other than what people are describing. And they don't seem to know that either. So
let me ask a follow-up, because I would think one way. I'm just wondering what you think in your head when you think about it. Like if me and you are on the same latitude, like if you're over in Europe and I'm over in America, let's say we're on the same latitude and there's a body of water in between us, whatever direction you picture it in your mind. If we're on the same latitude, if you go west and I go east on that same latitude line and we stay on that latitude line, will we ever cross each other?
I've never thought about it. I would just say you're over there. You know, I never conceived in my mind of having to, you know, think about directions in terms of latitude or curved lines.
Well, think about it.
Well, I'm
just
thinking about it, but you know, it still doesn't fit into my world because I haven't done that.
well, then is that a no? Like so, if you go east and I go west on the same latitude line, we will never intersect. Is that fair to say, or just to say? I'm just giving you my opinion. I'm not trying to hold you to the fire or nothing. I'm just saying, like I think personally that if I go west and you go east, if we stay on the same latitude, I believe that we'll meet up, you know, and then if we cross each other, we'll wind up back where we started. I obviously can't prove that because I've never been around the latitude, but I mean, you know, I still think of these things in my mind. Like when I picture the world, it's nothing I could prove, but like I said, it's. What about you, Bev? Would we intersect if you went east and I went west on the same latitude?
I don't deal with latitudes, Brian. I'm in the UK. We just have a grid reference. I've never had any cause to deal with latitude or longitude at all, except for in a mathematical sense. That's the only understanding I have for latitude and longitude. And as far as I can tell, they are perpendicular. Now, have you ever heard of anybody say that they're not perpendicular, other than flat earthers?
If you're talking mathematically, they're not. I mean, according to a compass, or either the compass is not. Because if you, I know people are like, yeah, what is he talking about? But I challenge anybody right now to take a compass. I had to do it to believe it, but just take a compass and pull a string line north, and then pull a little string line east. And then put your and measure the degrees. It's not 90. It's close, but it's not quite 90 degrees. It's off. And same thing with west. So the east and west literally, but that could mean the compass is just the way it is. But the compass doesn't. They're not perpendicular on a compass according to the compass.
Yeah, they are.
Well, do it. Can we do it live?
North, south, east, and west on the compass are both diameters. Dividing it into quadrants.
If you go to walk that way.
No, on a compass.
If you go to
on the compass.
Hold on, let me pull up a video real quick.
Yeah, on the compass, Brian, there's 4 quadrants.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, if you walk a direction, like if you walk a direction,
can I just have 1 second?
Yeah, one thing though. I mean, yeah, on the compass they're 90 degrees, but I'm saying if you go to walk that direction, you pull a string line, and then you go to walk north from the same starting point and pull a string line, like they're a little bit off, man, a tiny bit off. I'm not joking, but yeah, obviously
we're ignoring the purpose
on
of the
90
compass.
degrees. Yeah,
Sorry,
obviously
Brian.
that's 90 degrees, bro.
I think
but,
we're
yeah.
ignoring the purpose of the compass. The compass will always point north,
Yes, that's the task of.
no matter where you are. So it never points east and west.
Yeah, that's my point.
So what
also.
happens when you get underneath the pole star called Polaris? Nobody's ever done it.
That's a good question.
So we can only speculate.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Fair enough. Yeah, I can't argue that, Rob.
But all those
has
lights in the
anybody even
sky
claimed to have been under
travel in a
Polaris?
circle.
Well, weren't they talking
No, I
the
don't
other
know.
day, right, about the biblical statements? And didn't they
The only-
say that the
The
four
only thing
corners?
the compass does is point north.
They say that the 4 corners are these north, south, east, and west cardinal directions.
It is. I've read.
Well, that's always been my question: is why are there 4 cardinal directions when the compass only points to the north and, in retrospect, south?
Yes, so other directions are derived from that north. So it is on compass. It is this east-west is perpendicular only because someone put another needle, let's say, or line to that. So it is just assigned to that.
If you draw just so everybody doesn't think I'm retarded. Like if you draw the north, south, east, west on the compass, yeah, that's exactly perpendicular. But I'm talking about if you turn and face east, like if it gives you
Hey,
a 90
for
degree
the record,
heading.
Brian, I don't think you're retarded.
Thank you, Rob.
For the record,
But I don't want
Brian,
anybody to think,
don't think
we can
you're
easily
retarded.
measure. We can easily measure the 90-degree angle just writing down north, south, east, west. But what I'm referring to is for whatever it means. I'm not even claiming whatever it means. But if you like angle that direction, like if you head east and get a bearing, it's just a little bit off. And I don't know. That's the difference between like east and due east. That's what they say anyway. I guess it can't not be perpendicular when you write it down, unless you just can't draw perpendicular lines and label them.
Well,
for me,
yeah.
For me, it is just like really not a very important issue, because for me it is not an issue, because geometry does not involve movement. And
yeah, but
this
is how you conceive of things. How you if you do this, right, and have all of these angles and this relationship known to you, but then think something completely different, then how do you relate this with that other thing that you think differently? And if you do that, then do you have the right to get upset at somebody that says that? See, because these azimuths and bearings, they're always taken first. It's the first thing that you take whenever you're dealing with any sort of navigation. The light in the sky, you will take an azimuth from north. Right? Now, that angle is related to north, south, east, and west. But what flat earthers do is they put north at the centre. And because they can put north at the centre, then they make east and west a circle.
Yes, but I would
Well,
say
hey, wait a minute. Wait. You're not even willing to...
It's not flat earthers who put this star in the center. This is not their invention. So, because it is every star is revolving around Polaris. So the ancient Greeks and Babylonians and whatever, they knew that that the whole, let's say, all stars are revolving around Polaris. So this is not. Polaris is in the center of rotation of the sky, let's say. So it is not flat Earth invention that they invented Polaris in the center.
That's what I was going to say, Bev. When you look up in the sky, we see a star pretty close to the center with everything doing circles around it. And I could also say that if we follow any longitude straight north in a straight line, that we'd all pretty much meet up in the center. I could also say, like, if we take and put a balloon in the sky in my neighborhood and we all keep it like 80 degrees at 80-degree angle, and we go east or west from that balloon, we're going to circle around on each other. And there's a lot of reasons to think that that Polaris is in the center. But hey, it's just the way I think. Like if I want to just say, I don't know what'll happen if I go east and you go west. Like, yeah, that's fair. But I mean, that's kind of avoiding the even being able to think in your own mind, or either just not willing to discuss it. It's kind of weird. Opinions are fair. You can have an opinion.
Yeah, that's what we're here doing. We're discussing it. Right? There's complications. No matter what you do. Like Paper said, Aristotle had a model, but it showed a paradox. Right? No matter what you do in any of these situations, with any of these questions, you're going to come up against complications. Now, the worst thing that you could do would be to tell people to shut up and stop talking about it. Because that doesn't get any of this resolved. There's a problem.
I agree with that.
There's a problem because north, south, east and west are considered the cardinal directions. And as shown in azimuths and bearings, they're 90 degrees. Perpendicular. They are perpendicular. But
okay,
if you make east and west the circle, you have to justify why you imagine they're perpendicular. Because you can't really have perpendicular to a curve.
to me, there's a paradox with that thinking because, like I said, you could not answer, but if you say they're perpendicular and I go east, you go east and I go west, then what happens? Okay. Something's got to happen. I don't know exactly what, but either you run into a barrier.
That's the point. We don't know.
Wait, if we do come up,
none of us are ever going to know either.
Well, you say that. Okay, if there's 5 of us though, say Rob is in like Middle Asia, and then Elder is on like in Japan or something. You're in UK. I'm in the East Coast of the United States, and what you call it? Let's say Kevin's on the West Coast of the United States. Okay, so if Kevin goes west toward Elderberry in Japan, if they're on the same latitude, okay, they'll run into each other. And if Kevin goes east, he'll run into me. If I go east, I'm going to run into you in UK. If I go west, I'm going to run into Kevin on the West Coast of the United States. Now, if you go east, you're going to run into in the paper, let's say, in middle or Rob in Middle Europe or east of you. And if you go west across the waterway, you're going to run into me on the East Coast of the United States. So to just throw it out that it ain't a circle, well, how in the hell are we all basically circling around in our little segments? And no matter each way we go, we run into each other. But so it's not fair to say somebody could just complete the circuit. Can you think of it any other way than me going east and me going west and me hitting Kevin on the west coast of America and you across the pond?
And to the North Pole, there's a big mountain and a big hole where the black sun lives.
No, Elderberry, hold on. Do you understand what I just said?
Yeah, but this is all the same. We haven't done it. We imagine this is a possibility.
Come on, dude. Come on, man. You think people haven't flew from the East Coast of the U.S. and also to UK, and the same thing from UK. They ain't flew on the east toward Asia and then west toward the United States, and then from like Japan. You don't think they've flown over toward America, and then east back toward UK? Come on, man.
Well, so you have your model, and we can start adding bits to the model to get an idea about what it is.
Yeah, that's all I was getting at. Or whatever, even an oval, or that's what I was getting at. It can. Models are handy, for making maps and shit like that. Whether we can find holes in them or paradoxes. Yeah, I agree with Bev. There's a paradox.
Right, the maps.
There's a paradox with anything you claim.
They just make the maps, and then sometime later they come along with a sextant and they measure angles to lights in the sky. That's done afterwards, but the maps have already been made.
Would you agree, though, with the way I just described it, with the way that planes go, or we went east or west to run into our peers? You agree that wouldn't work with perpendicular directions, right?
I wouldn't know, Brian. I don't know. North, south, east and west, to me, perpendicular.
Yeah, as long as you accept it, even with that model, there's a paradox, then I'm good with it.
Yeah, I know.
So you're saying in reality, they're perpendicular?
Pardon?
Are you saying in reality, or are you saying on the map they're perpendicular?
In the UK, all of the grid lines are perpendicular. We have a term called grid north on maps. And yes, they are perpendicular. In America, as
So
far
not-
as I know.
yeah, so
in
they're just-
America, as far as I know, you have northings and eastings. They are perpendicular. Do you not? Or do you? I don't know.
I'm pretty sure. But so, if let's say if latitudes are circles, where you pretty much think you're going straight because you're going so far before you got a beer.
But they're perpendicular, aren't they?
So if they're circles, though, then they're only perpendicular at one spot. But if they are, you'd have to.
If they're
you have to
circles,
correct
Brian,
north, right?
they're not perpendicular. Simple as that. You
Right,
can say that.
they wouldn't be.
Yeah,
they
they're
wouldn't
not.
be. They absolutely wouldn't be perpendicular. But so if they were circles and not perpendicular, I'd have to correct north just a teeny bit as I went east or west, right?
I don't know.
Why do we
Maybe,
never
yeah.
know this? Why do we never
I don't
know this?
know.
We've never been taught this. That actually that east-west arm of the compass is curved upwards. In reality.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I've never tried it, but I'd say if latitudes are a circle, and I tried to follow a compass east, and yeah, I would say I would have to correct toward the middle.
Would you say
if they're perpendicular?
If they are circles, then any azimuth bearing from north to east or west or any direction other than south, right, would have to be an angle to a curve, wouldn't it?
It'd have to be an angle to a curve, yeah. It'd have to be like a longitude on an AE map.
Yeah, I mean it was all perpendicular to me till a flat earther told me that I couldn't turn through 90 degrees on my spot from north and face west. That I couldn't get 90 degrees. And I was, yeah. He said, how are you doing that? How are you getting an angle to a curve? Well, I'm just turned on my spot through 90 degrees. North is ahead of me. West is now 90 degrees to my left, and I'm going to walk in a straight line. It was a flat earther who told me that wasn't possible. That's what made me think about it. Think, well, how have you got that there?
How long do you think you could walk in a straight line, though, Elder Bear?
Well, that's difficult
wait a
to
minute,
walk
isn't
in a
that
straight
from the
line,
thing?
for anybody. For anybody, it's difficult,
Yeah,
It's difficult,
yeah. I agree.
because I'm going to have to cross the fields and walk through somebody's house and all that, and of course, in reality. But it wasn't pointed out to me that was the case. And then when I asked the question, okay, so if you're saying that, then you have a longitude that's straight and a latitude that's curved. So how do you get this azimuth bearing angle then from a straight line to a curve if your religion says that it's impossible to get an angle from a straight line to a curve? How do you have that there? And then they said that the compass was the tangent. But they told me that the compass is not well, they told me the compass is not perpendicular. So how could it be a tangent if it's not a straight line?
Right. That's the question they wouldn't answer, right?
Well, I don't know anybody who's answered it yet. I was told that this is the flat Earth model, and they're telling me to shut
What's
up.
the question? I'll try to answer it.
Well, the
I'm not gonna tell you to shut up, but
the longitude is a straight line, the latitude is a curved line, and where they meet, there's a straight line meeting a curve. And Brian said,
I can resolve your problem.
Wait. Because he said the question. Let him ask me the question real quick, because I'll answer it fairly. As if I'm not going to dodge or not answer, I'll give you the most honest answer I can. What is the question that they wouldn't?
Brian said that the compass was the tangent to that curve, and that's what you got the angle to. But in reality, they also said that the cardinal directions are not perpendicular. So that means there isn't a straight line there to use as a tangent, because in real
that's what I hate. and they basically wouldn't even address their own contradiction, basically, because they're saying that you can't have an angle to a curved surface, and that's how they're right. I can't stand that, man.
So I'm just
they're
asking
basically
them,
claiming,
well, how do you explain that? And they just tell me to shut the fuck up and ban me everywhere. So that's the
that's
answer.
horseshit, bro.
So, you know,
Yeah,
that's
I hate
what's
that.
happened.
That's the wrong answer.
If you can't angle to a curve, though, then they claim that for latitudes, they claim that it's flat. They say you can't have an angle to a curve, and then in the next breath say that that the azimuths are angles to curves, and then won't respond to that. That's the worst thing. That's to me, that's the most chicken shit out there is.
Well, that's what you know got me to think about it and think, well, there's a contradiction here. How does that work? And ask the, you know, maybe there's an answer. Maybe there's a good answer that I haven't thought
I
about.
have for
Fine.
myself. I have answer for myself.
Go on then.
Because it is apparent paradox. Because in this paradoxal situation, you are assuming that east and west are infinite. This is infinite line. And as Aristotle says, in universe, whatever, in physical reality, we cannot have infinite lines. This is mathematical realm. He said that in
Right.
mathematical realm, you can have infinitely long lines, straight lines, but not in physical world. And in this situation, you are assuming infinite line, which is west and east. And this is paradox, because there is no reason to do that, to assume that east and west should be infinite lines.
You
So
say
this-
Elderbear is assuming that paper?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
And by the way,
you say in that paper that I should assume that I'm assuming that they're infinite lines, or
yes, because your argument would be that it is impossible, because if you go infinitely to the east and infinitely to the west, you will have the same spot. You will hit the same spot. So you will go into the circle, and this is contradictory to east and west being straight line. But in this example that you give, you assume infinite. You are making example with infinite line, and this infinite line is impossible in physical reality. So you are giving impossible example. You cannot resolve any problem using impossible examples.
Well, wait a minute. I'm not gonna say completely impossible, because on Pac-Man we could do it, like in the video game Asteroids. If you consider that physical, which is kind of a, you know, that's another question itself. Or Pac-Man, we can go east and pop up in the west. But yeah, I guess that wouldn't really be. Well, I'm gonna have to let that ride, paper, because I can't really find any reality to contradict it except a damn video game.
so were you posing that as a resolution to my question, paper, or that I was seeing it wrong?
I'm just resolving apparent paradox, because for you it seems to be a paradoxical situation that you cannot have straight line, east-west being straight line and a circle, and that's correct. But in your example, to disprove that it cannot be a circle, you are using impossible example. And this impossible example is that you can infinitely go east. This is your assumption in this example. And this example is impossible. So an impossible example cannot resolve anything.
Well, let's be fair though. What's Elderbear is what a latitude line? If you walk along it, is it going to go straight or is it going to curve?
I have no idea. I haven't really thought in terms of latitude or longitude ever till I came to this place and these questions and had to kind of deal with the concept and think about it.
So that's kind of what they did to you, right? They wouldn't answer, right? So they won't even answer. You're doing the same thing and you don't realize it. You're making fucking claim you're talking about somebody else, this and that, which is fair, because that did happen. I heard it, and then doing what they're doing, not answering a question, just saying I don't know. That's you got the right to do that.
See,
but for fuck's sake, it's just a
They are-
latitude line, dude. Come
They
on, guys.
presented to me as though
Come on,
that
guys.
they do know.
Right. Nobody, I don't think anybody's saying, I don't think anybody's saying that it's one or the other. Right? The question becomes, if you're presented something that says north, south, east and west are perpendicular, right? All through your schooling, all through the maps that you read, all through everything, right? The compasses that you look at, they're perpendicular. And then you become an adult and you eventually come to these sort of rooms and somebody says, well, latitude and longitude, well, the longitude lines are north-south and latitude are east-west. But they're not perpendicular now, because one of them is a circle. Well, does that not throw a question in, right? Now, it doesn't, that doesn't say, Brian, wait. It doesn't say that it's not a circle. It just says that you've been told they're perpendicular. Now, one of these things has to be wrong, right? Either they are perpendicular and they're not circles, or they are circles and you've been lied to. Now, we've done a video of a maths teacher, professor at a university that has actually said that the teachers in school, they lied to you. So when you people say, right, you've been lied to, then could you have been lied to about north, south, east and west being perpendicular? Could that be one of the lies that you've been told?
Possibly.
Right, now
And
the
if you
question,
could be
the
a
question
Glober,
now comes is, who's pointed that out to you? Has anybody ever pointed out that there could be these lies right in front of you that you've never really been able to say, right? And rather than saying to Elder Bear that he's saying circles and they're not perpendicular, or they are perpendicular, therefore they can't be a circle, right? I don't think he's saying that. He doesn't know. I don't know. All I know is that we've been told that they are perpendicular. And they are, even Brian, even on the globe model, longitude and latitude are perpendicular, aren't they?
No, but no, they're circles. Look, if you're a Glober, then latitude and longitude are both. They're both circles on a globe model. Latitude and longitude are circles.
And longitude on the globe are perpendicular.
No,
No,
it
they
is
ain't.
impossible.
They're circles.
They cannot be.
They're planes. They're
They're
great
orientation.
circles.
Yes, this is the story. But this
So
is,
they are perpendicular.
Only at the equator, bro. The other ones are circles. Only the equator is a great circle
They're all
when you're dealing with latitude.
parallels. They're
Yeah,
parallel,
that's the
so
whole
therefore
contradiction.
they would all be parallel and perpendicular to the same circle. They're planes that are
but
perpendicular.
They're not. Welcome to my world, bro. I did like 5 videos on this very problem.
So that you're saying that on the globe model,
on a globe,
longitude and latitude are not perpendicular. This is why I said at the beginning, mathematically,
only at the equator.
Mathematically, right, well, if the one at the equator is perpendicular, then all of the ones that are parallel to it, the parallels...
How about the one right next to the North Pole, Bev?
Are they
Bev,
also
think about what you're saying.
perpendicular?
How about the one right by the North Pole, Bev? What about the one that we're 10 miles away from the very center?
Right.
You think it's not perpendicular to get around in a circle?
Mathematically, Brian, they're called parallels.
Yeah, that's what I
Because they
said. Welcome
are
to my world.
all
I've been trying to tackle this problem.
parallel.
45th parallel.
Right, so therefore they are
In
perpendicular
circles other
also.
than the equator.
So all I know is north, south, east and west, they are perpendicular. Longitude and latitude, as far as I know, on the model that they are used for, they're perpendicular also. There's just a group
Okay,
of
that's
people.
a claim.
What?
That's a claim.
What's
So
a claim?
if you go east and I go west, do we always get further apart from each other? I mean, at least answer that. Yeah, I'm not going to hold you to it. I'm just wondering, what do you believe? You just made a claim they're perpendicular. So if I go west and you go east on the same latitude, do we always get further apart?
I don't know about us doing theoretical imaginary things. I just
so
know.
teachers can do that.
I just know
Teachers
that
can
they're
dodge questions
perpendicular.
and so can Nathan and the guys, you know. But
Brian,
you're doing the same thing, bro.
I'll ask you now, right? Brian, are latitude and longitude perpendicular or not?
I don't think so. I believe I believe latitudes are circles. I wouldn't bet my life on it, but that's my belief. When I picture the world,
Well,
I
you
think
can
if you
only
go
measure
west,
latitudes by
if you
looking
go
at
east and
lights
I
in
go
the
west,
sky.
we'll get
So I would start there.
Yeah. I could picture that, like I said, like with a balloon above my neighborhood. If we drew latitude lines and I went west and you went east, we would get further away from each other initially, but we'd circle back around and cross each other and end up right where we started. And that's what I was saying about the North Pole. Like they're parallel to each other, but since it's a globe, they can't be perpendicular except at the equator, because you'll just picture like a mile away from the North Pole. You've got to circle around to follow that latitude. And even though it's so the fact it's a sphere, it's a contradiction on its face because they're parallel, yet you're still having to not go perpendicular. So you go perpendicular at one spot, and then you go in a circle at the next spot, every other spot, basically. So anyway, like I said, Bev, I'm not trying to hold your feet to the fire, but it's just Elder Bear's kind of doing the same thing. Like he's not really, he's making like a claim of what he thinks he knows, fair enough, and pointing out other people dodging questions.
No,
and making points and dodging questions.
You're acting like I have all the knowledge, full knowledge, and I don't. In my mind, it was what it was. It is what it is. And until somebody told me it was something different, I didn't have to think about it. But when they tell me they can't get an angle from a curve, and they present me with one and say that's valid, and they look at it in another place, they say it's not valid. Then I ask, that's the question I'm asking. How come it's valid there, but it's not valid over there in a different axis?
And they didn't answer. Yeah, I'm on your
it doesn't
team.
matter about the compass. It doesn't matter about the tangent necessarily. They brought the tangent in. I didn't. They brought a tangent and said it was a tangent, and then I was thinking, well, if the cardinal directions aren't perpendicular, and only the north-south is a straight line, and the east-west is actually a curved line in effect, then in my mind, then the compass, the east-west arm is not perpendicular. It's also curved. So that was in my mind,
Yeah.
right? It doesn't matter about that
Fair enough.
necessarily. It was just the question of, if you cannot have an angle to a curve, they have one and they're justifying it. They told me I couldn't have it when I turned on the spot. They told me. I didn't come up
You
with
did
it.
a great job, bro. You did an excellent job, because right now you've got them in a position where they are dishonest. Until they address the point that you made, as long as they claim that you can't have an angle to a curve and still say that east-west are perpendicular at a point, that is a dishonest stance. Not only is it whatever epiphyral or whatever, it's contradiction. It's dishonest because they're making these claims out loud, not just thinking it in their mind. So if any of them happen to be listening or hear this, you've got to answer this. Okay, if you can't have a line to a curve, then you can't have circular latitudes, because that azimuths would be angles to curves. So one or the other, guys. Quit.
It seems to me that it's now coming down to to or from.
Can I ask, because I'm having trouble thinking about north and south actually being perpendicular. Like, say
North
say you've
and
got two
south,
different
they're
countries.
just a straight line.
Say you've got two different countries, right? And I don't know. Say the UK, and then somewhere, say past, like past the North Pole from the UK, like,
Like Africa. Oh,
no,
that'd be right
the other
underneath.
way.
Yeah, like
Yeah, that's
yeah, the other way. Okay.
Let
me look.
What I'm trying to think is, if South and North are truly perpendicular, then two countries, any two different countries, their souths would intersect, right? And if they don't,
wait, no, their souths would diverge if you're thinking of a. Wait, say again. What's your question?
I'm having trouble wrapping my head around north and south being perpendicular, because I don't imagine that they would
In my
intersect.
mind, they can't be, bro. They can't. In my mind, I can't. Like I said, if I picture five of us, me and East Coast of let's say you in UK, and we're all at the same latitude. Somebody in like Asia, and then in Japan, and then West Coast of the United States. We're all at the same latitude. We can all go east and west and meet each other. We know that, okay? Whether it's a circle, we're still discussing it. But I can go east from Florida, get to Bev. I can go west and get to Rob over on the West Coast of the United States. Rob can go east and get to me, and he can go west and get to Paper, who's in Japan. Okay, Paper can go west and get to Bev, who's in UK, and he can go east and get to me. Now Bev can go west and get to me. So if we can all do that, it can't be perpendicular. Like Paper said, it'd be a paradox. It's got to be a circle or some other shape that comes back around on itself.
There's got to be a circular nature to it.
Basic logic.
For me, the logical problem is that first, longitude and latitude, they are of course Latin words, and as Bev showed me, the old version of Euclid, instead of length and breadth, we have longitude and latitude. So longitude is length, and latitude is breadth. And these are all translations of these words. But of course, breadth and length, we have, if we are measuring breadth and length of thing, we are using perpendicular, of course. So length and breadth have to be straight lines because they are perpendicular and they are opposite directions. And this is called latitude and longitude. But if we are talking about map, we are talking about geographical, because full name of on the map is not just latitude and longitude, but geographical latitude and geographical longitude. So they are not simply the same. If someone added geographical to latitude and geographical to longitude, it means that it belongs to maps, not just as length and breadth to geometry. So
let me ask you a question. I think I know the answer, Paper, but if
wait,
you go
wait
west,
a second, but I am making
east,
my point.
go ahead.
I'm making my point that east and west, it is not necessarily latitude. Geographical latitude. This is what I say. The latitude, geographical latitude, it doesn't imply that it is the same as east and west. Because for me, for example, if we are talking about equator, and this is some kind of latitude, and equator is where the sun is traveling, it means that until we assume that it is traveling in straight line, and if not, it is traveling in circles. So it means that latitude is a circle. But it doesn't mean that directions east and west are circles. Because there are 2 points just where the sun rises and when the sun sets, and you can have straight line between them, no problem.
Yeah, that's another point is on equinox. And I actually did, you know, we there was a bunch of us along the East Coast of the United States. It's about 6-7 years ago. And the sun rose. This is when I found out that that east facing, when you face a compass, east is not completely 90 degrees according to the compass. But if you pull a 90-degree line, that's called due east, and it's 90 degrees from north without moving the compass. And the sun rose. It split it was so cool. It literally split the string line in half. I did it right before sunrise. I put the string lines up, and I had a line east and a line due east, and they're pretty close to each other, but like I said, they're off a little bit. And then my line north, so I had like a 90-degree angle and then a little offset, which was compass east. And the sun came up and split the string line in half of due east. And so if you're thinking of orientations, like, so to me, if the sun rose due east, if the sun is in one spot, which it might not be, I'll be honest, but then latitudes can't be straight lines. But it all comes down to this. So is my orientation north, south, east, and west the same as somebody over in UK or somewhere else? And I would say no. That's the only way I can get it to work in my mind is if we but paper, in your mind, if we're on the same latitude and you go west and I go east, are we eventually going to intersect, you believe?
I don't consider east and west, as I said in response to Elder Bear, these are straight lines, but not infinite straight lines. So it means that for me, east and west is derived from point where sun is setting and rising, and you can draw a line between these 2 points, but you are doing this at your location. And by the way, in the summer, for example, where I live, the sun is not rising on the east and setting on the west. This is, I would say, that thing that people are missing. That sun is maybe sometimes, maybe in the winter, but not in the summer. The sun where I live is rising on northeast.
You must be in the southern hemisphere.
Okay, but still, it is not rising at
there aren't
east.
many spots in the southern. There aren't many spots in the southern hemisphere where the sun rises due east. They'll show you that on time and date and sun count, but then when you do it in reality, you realize that they've literally made corrections. And they say they try to justify these corrections, but the point is in the southern hemisphere there are very few spots where the sun rises due east and sets due west. Very few. But still, that doesn't answer the question, Paper. I mean, I'm not asking you. I mean, you did a good job explaining it, but still, do you believe that if we're on the same latitude and up here in the north or whatever, and you went west and I went east, or vice versa, do you believe we would come around on each other, or would we intersect? However, it might work, or would we not? It's just an opinion question, man. Nothing more.
No, because you are still in your question. You are equivocating east and west with latitude. So that's why it is for me difficult to answer this question, because I can say that we are going circles because we are going, let's say, on the certain latitude. But it doesn't mean that we are going due to east and west, because this east and west is changing. Because
okay, how about this?
Because sun is moving. So at different locations, sun is setting and rising at different locations.
How about this?
Sun is moving.
What if I do it like this, Paper? If we're both in, let's say we're both at my spot in Florida, okay? Who cares about longitude or latitude or any of that? And we look at Polaris, and let's say we got it at 45 degrees. Okay, let's say if you go right and I go left, and you just keep Polaris at a 45-degree angle. Who cares if you do whatever shape? Don't care whatever latitude, but just keep Polaris at a 45-degree angle and keep going in that basic direction wherever it takes you. Do you think we'll come back around on each other?
I would say that we can go in the circle, yes, around Polaris. So no, for me it is no problem. But problem is that people are equivocating east and west with latitude. That's the problem. Because I think that we can go around the world, let's say.
I think
But
for me, I'm sorry.
It is not going around, it's just going in the circle, somewhere in the world, but it has nothing to do with east and west, I would say. Because east and west, if we are referring to sunsets and sunrises, they are not the same. They even on the same spot, the sun is rising and setting at different locations.
Very good answer.
In the winter, it is more to the east if we are talking about sunrise, and in the summer it is more to the north. So it would be east north in the summer, and let's say east north, something like that in the winter.
So are you saying you're not saying east and west fluctuate, are you? Or are you saying
not in your location? It doesn't change in your location because that's the problem, that geometrically in geometry there is no motion. Geometry is not described by motion. So if we have moving stars and moving sun, we are no longer talking about geometry.
right? Yeah, because if you were to go by physical things that you say, like countries close to you, that you go, well, I know this country is west of me or east of me. You know, that's not going to change, right?
Yes, I agree. So my point is that east is changing if you are moving.
But you still have that template of knowing that the countries, if east is fluctuating for you, you want to find a more, permanent marker.
Not in the location. You are chasing. If you are chasing the sun, and sun is moving, obviously. So you are, by chasing the sun, you are chasing the east or west, whatever you like.
Yeah, but you still then know wherever you're going, in relation to where you are, the nearby towns or whatever that would be east to that town or west to that town or north or.
Yes, and by the way, if you are, it is normal thing. If you are going around circumference, you can go in one way or on another way on the circumference. So this is no problem.
All I'm saying is you don't need to use the sun and the moon. The sunrise and the sunset for east and west.
Yes, because in my language there is no different expression than east and west than sunrise and sunset. So I don't know how it works in English, but I think in Latin also, but in Polish it is just we call it just rise or set, because we don't even add the sun, because it is obvious that we are talking about sun. So we call it rise and set. And this is only one word for that in Polish, for example. So I cannot imagine how it cannot be related to something else than sunrise and sunset.
So my thinking behind all of this conversation, and when I jumped in, was There's something about the north that we're just not getting, because if everything else is based on the north, all of the other cardinal directions are based on the north, then there's got to be something about the north. They're all in relation to north. Right?
Here's a question for you. Can you imagine, right? Because you've got north and south being opposites, right? Do you imagine north and south are opposite?
Yeah, this is an issue I was having. That's why I was thinking, well, what's south for the UK and what's
Here
south
you go, then.
for Iceland?
Here's the next question.
And if you kept going with those lines, like past all the other countries that Iceland's south would go to and UK's south would go to, if they were truly perpendicular, they would intersect.
Right. Do you imagine that you could go north, right, far enough that you were eventually going south?
I don't know. That's sort of where we're trying to get to. What happens when you go to north? If everyone was to travel north, where would everyone
Do you think you'd end up going south?
Right,
maybe not. It's $1 million question there.
Is it different for everyone because of their location of where they are? Is south different to everyone?
Well, to me, I'd say north and south are opposites. So I can't imagine going north and ending up going south. That's the opposite direction.
That worked.
Yes,
for just the UK.
I would say that Aristotle resolves that problem, because we can.
I can't resolve that problem. It's a problem.
Yeah, you can. If you put north in the middle of your neighborhood, and then you're on one side of the neighborhood, I'm on the other, and you go north, and then once I cross the middle, if that's north, then I'll be going south.
That's like
But
putting
still, I don't know if that's the way it
in
works
the
in
middle of the
world.
compass.
But do you
I
see
don't
the
know if
question
that's
I'm
how it works
asking?
in the real world. I'll be honest,
I can't put north in the middle of the compass.
You see the question I'm asking though, with what is Iceland's south and what is the UK's south, and if south is truly perpendicular to north, then those souths should intersect, right?
Or diverge.
Right? No, they should. Yeah, they should meet.
Or they could spread out, right?
South is somewhere different depending on where you are in the world.
Oh, you mean if we go north, you'll meet?
I would say that this is an apparent paradox again, because you can have extremities or opposite sides of a line, which are extremities of the line. But what is extremity of extremity? This is what Aristotle posed that question. Of course, opposition of extremity is what? Middle.
Yeah, middle. Yeah.
So
but I'd say
in that way, because you have said that that they are opposite directions. But in if you have a circle, so opposition to extremity of a circle is center of the circle, and this is extremity. Sorry, yes, extremity, other extremity. So it is opposition to the circle. So opposition to the circle, opposite direction to the circle is center.
Well, the opposite of a circle would be a point.
Yeah.
Well, a point's that nothing.
Yeah.
I haven't even got past the latitude and longitude angle to a curve, and you're off in space. And for me, that question sounds very much like the explanation of the existence or the non-existence of horizontals.
Yeah, but bro, if we use the stars and the sun,
hang on, because the compass was described to me as at a point. It's the rose, right? So with the latitude angle meeting, the longitude straight line meeting the latitude curved line, it was said to me that it's the rose. It's at a point. that
Yeah.
it's a tangent. All right, which sounds very much to me like there's only one vertical. A horizontal is only vertical at one point in another
Yeah, it does
orientation,
sound
right,
like that,
in
bro.
my
I'll be
mind.
honest.
And then Brian said that when you go east or west, you go in straight line segments. You go in a
Yeah,
straight
which is a
line.
contradiction. Yep.
You
Yep.
then change another straight line, and so in my head, I'm thinking this sounds just like in the vertical axis that's being described when we talk about horizontals.
True north.
Hey, bro. I told you that me and Bev had that conversation, didn't I, a while back, Elder Bear? Me and Bev had the conversation where I described it the same way, and he pointed out that that east and west, that I had to describe it as a local.
The language is the same.
Yeah,
the
and I
language
caught
is the
myself. I was like,
same.
that sounds like a Glober.
Well, yeah, but the language is the same, but it's prohibited in the vertical, but not in the horizontal.
That's dishonest.
And
That's
that's what raised the question for me. And I think, well, you're describing something in a different orientation that to me, and that isn't necessarily for me linked with the perpendicular question. It's just
So
that's how
that-
it was told to me and presented to me, and then the next bit of going north and going south is a whole other question to me.
So
a whole
look,
other thing.
all that being
So-
said, that is a fair point that they haven't questioned yet, and we need to. In fact, I might even join to resolve that, or try and at least get them to confront it. That's what I like to do,
Well,
and not.
Be good
not
if you
even
went to ask
only-
Oakley. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. But let's be real though. If we're thinking about the world, okay, maybe nobody knows what the whole world is, but if we make a map, okay, if we make a map using the sun and the stars, okay, we do a time lapse, we could see the direction they do, and we could only follow them so far at a time, whatever. But and then somebody would have to pick up because it'd be day and night. But whatever, we see them circling, and so if we're using these stars to make our map and our latitudes, then how can we say that our latitudes are straight lines when if the latitude is directly underneath one of them stars, we see it doing a damn circle, an apparent circle anyway. And so then you'd say the compass would just be a tool, okay? And you'd have to have a center somewhere, but the only true way to use it would be to center yourself. And in that way, I think the Gleason's map works perfect as long as you center yourself wherever you're at, and it'd be egocentric, so centered to the person or the thing in question. But to me, that's how it works.
Yeah, well, I haven't, as I say, I haven't completed my journey at all. I've only just started in this sense, in this arena, on these topics, and this is just what's been presented to me, and I'm trying to work out if any of it makes sense or what makes sense, out of it all. And I'm presented with these contradictions and rules, in a sense, that I have to be ruled by. You have to say this, you have to agree to this. It's
fuck
either
that.
globe
Excuse me.
or flat. That's all there is. There's just those two choices you have to make. If it's not
Yeah,
one,
and-
it has to be the other. And then when I'm presented with some things that I think, well, hang on, that doesn't make sense to me, and I ask the question, and if there was a truthful answer or one that said, I don't know, then that's what I had expected. But what I'm getting is something else that tells me that something is not wanting to be spoken
Yeah,
about. that there's
or
a
they
lie.
need to confront it. So let me simplify this for if any of them happen to be listening now and wasn't earlier. Real simple. So y'all claim that that Earth has to be flat because you can't have an angle to a curve, okay? But then at the same time, say latitudes are circles, making azimuths angles to curves. So you can't be. That's dishonest. Now that you've heard it directly. To hold that stance in your mind is one thing. To make claims out loud, we've got to be one or the other. Either you can have angles to a curve, or you can't. So it needs to be directly addressed. And they're too late to hold the stance that I don't know or something like that. Which is it? Can we or can't we?
Well, Brian has a map. He has a map. He's showing the map. He has phase 1 and phase 2. And although they'll claim it's no model, that to me is a model. And lots of these images, if you say the celestial sphere is a protractor above your head and the equatorial plane and all that, to me that describes a model. It's an image. You say, oh no, we don't have a model, then How can you claim anything? You know, anything has got any bearing. So
Yeah.
I see lots of models
Listen to him
going on.
dodge it, Elder Bear. Elder Bear, I listened to him dodge it for so many hours, like 2 shows. I heard you, and one show, I heard you on their show bring that point up, and they did their best to not even let you get the whole point out. And then, which was dishonest, okay? But then you got the point out in the next show. I think it was at Politics or Earth Awakenings. And so for another 3 hours, I waited to hear them address it, and nobody did. And that is bullshit. Okay, to me that's bullshit.
John,
claims were made, and
yeah.
it need to be addressed.
What I hear,
John tried to explain it away.
What I hear the get out is from and to, from a curve
Yes.
or to a curve, and that's
what John kept saying.
And Oakley says, as you see, I said you can't get an angle from a curve, and he's said that now. He's starting to emphasize that. So I don't know. I need to kind of understand: is there a difference? What is the difference?
So I can't get an azimuth
from an angle from a curve or to a curve. He said you can get one, but you can't get the other.
There's no difference between the arms
There's
of
no
the
difference at all,
triangle,
bro.
but you know, Nathan Oakley's just playing sophistry. Well, John, refracted curvature is allowing him to do that. Yes.
Well, that's why I'm saying it
you
now.
can't get an azimuth if that's real. If what they're saying is true, and which it ain't, but I don't think. But you can't have an azimuth from a point or to a point. You can't have an azimuth. There's just wording it some way doesn't change the fact that either you have the angle to or from that curve, or not. God, they're slick.
Yeah, but you know, then when I've asked them, they say, "Well, I never said that." Are you saying that? That's your claim. Now you have to substantiate it. Well, hang on, I never said it. I'm asking you. And yesterday, was it yesterday or the day before? It was on Oakley's thing, and I started out by trying to get him to agree. You know, okay, you said you've measured the Earth flat. That was Earth Awakenings. That's where it was. Okay, so you say you've measured the Earth flat. All right, all he had to do was say yes or no, and then I could move on to the next question. But he said, "Oh, here, you know, somebody's just making an personal attack against me. Kick him out." So I never.
Let me give you a bit of advice, bro. Never ask leading questions to Oakley. It's never, ever, ever worked. So you just got to assume off the claims that he's made and try and get to the point, because leading questions
don't ask him a question. He'll misrepresent anything that you say. Doesn't matter.
Again, you know.
Wait.
Hang on.
I wanted to say one thing, dude.
Yeah, this is just my journey. You know, I'm only just working this out.
That
you don't say these things.
Clear.
You know.
And Brian, I personally have never heard Brian claim that, and maybe I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. I've never heard Brian say that measuring angles to Polaris proves a flat Earth. So I would kind of let him off the hook unless he has made that claim that angle proves a flat Earth.
Yeah, he said that you can't measure a description, right? So he would never say the Earth is measured flat, and I held him to that. And then I started saying, they said, "Oh, you're just a Bevtard. You're just being brainwashed by Bev." And I said, "No, I got my information from Brian. I got my information from Lumpy." They said
brainwashed by Bev.
Yeah, well, that's what they said. So I said, "Well, no, I got my information from Brian," and Brian said, "You cannot measure a description." So he won't say the Earth is measured flat. So I'm with Brian, and that pissed him off. Now Brian has come out and said the Earth is measured flat except for the topography. And I said, so you're just trying to get out of it by saying except for the topography, because you've got to say it for the team. But you've got to add that little bit in, which kind of feels like you've...
That'd be every flat earther's answer.
I know,
I'd say it's not with a latitude line, though. I would say we would claim in one way or another that the Earth is measured horizontal or flat, but excluding topography, obviously. But I think orientation-wise, but yeah, that's different, man. That's different. If he's claiming that measuring an angle from the surface measures it flat, and saying that that latitudes are circles, then he's got some splaining to do.
Well, they all have, but it's just got to a place now where I'm a liar. I'm a bitter old man. I'm banned pretty much everywhere for asking a question.
Get
you
him
know.
out of here. Mute him.
And
Get him out.
And this is
Go
my
on.
journey.
Go on.
This is my journey. This is my experience, and it's not. I'm not moaning. I'm just saying this. I haven't found the total answer to anything because I've only just been asking questions and was never confronted with any of.
Not treat your dad in Earth Awakenings, are you?
Yeah, of course I do.
Yeah. Come on in.
No,
come and
surely
ask,
they're nice
come
to
and
you
ask
there.
Nathan a question.
Yes.
Come and ask him.
I
Go
did it the
on.
other day.
Here's your chance.
Fuck Nathan. Like, I don't expect him to be in Earth Awakenings that often.
He had control of Earth Awakenings the other day. If you were there and you listened, I can't see how you came to any other conclusion.
It's pretty pathetic, man. But I'll say it's Nathan, same on Nathan. But I will give him this though. Whoever come up with Elder Bev, you got to admit that's pretty funny. Elder Bev, like who?
Well, that's
pretty funny,
that's
man.
just
But,
so I
once,
call
it's only once, right?
so I call Nathan Narwin or Brian or he doesn't like it, but he can do what he wants. He does what he wants, and so I don't want to be doing this, but they lay out the rules of battle, if you like, and there's no way. I've just found that there's no way through. I can't see a way through. I mean, if you listen today to anybody who came with a reasonable voice, a reasonable question, not being angry, not being, just being a normal person, and look at the response they got immediate. Even people who maybe they were LARPing as newbies, maybe,
Have you been there though while Nathan's not there? I think you'd have a better experience in Earth Awakenings, especially.
Yeah, I've been shut.
Yeah, Earth Awakenings is pretty cool. I've talked to you in there once or twice, Elder Bear.
That isn't my experience.
I go there sometimes, man. But when Nathan goes there, yeah, he does kind of take over. Geo he does it in the morning. That's not when Geo's ever around. Geo, I guess, comes in after work or something. But I'll say this though: any show where you try to get one point out for 2 or 3 hours and they just over talk and obfuscate 1 point, like when Beth was trying to say that. Remember when you were trying to say
around here?
Yeah, no. Usually you could get a point out though, dude. You were trying to get that point out that a mean is just an average at a 1 point at one spot. It's an average, measured over years,
Yeah, but the thing is,
the whole show you're never able to get the point out. It's one thing if it took an hour or something. He never could get that point out, dude.
Who backs you up, Brian? Nobody backs me up when I ask this question. There isn't another half a dozen people saying, "Whoa, hang on." There's silence. Or there's muting, and then they move to another subject. And if people know this, and I don't know, there's people aren't speaking out about it and saying, "Hang on." Yeah, it's a point on the vertical datum. Those who agree that's so, but there isn't. It's just one voice that says, "Shut him up, kick him out." The mods do that. The pocket mods. He's got pocket mods in EA. He's got massive pocket mods in 24/7. They do his bidding. You have to be subservient. It's not just him,
I'll be honest though, man. I used to I still do like listening to Nathan debate Glovers and stuff like that, as long as he's not obfuscating. Because you could tell when he obfuscates because he just repeats the same shit over and over and over. And he does it with Glover sometimes. And it's like, dude, I don't even want to, let us hear the damn point. Even if it's rumpus, like, let us hear the point this dipshit's trying to make. But if I don't agree with him, I'm just joking, obviously. But you could tell his obfuscating, that style, is no good to watch, man. But there is a part of his debate, that is fun to watch, man. I'll give him that. He's pretty good at it.
It is embarrassing, though. For the audience that they don't really, they're not hearing the other part and why it's wrong. So I get what you're saying there on that, Brian. That he doesn't allow the opposition to say anything, and it just makes him look weaker in a sense. That's the way I see it.
Well, the last time I got muted in
people who don't know. Sorry, Bev. Go ahead. Elderberg, go ahead.
So the last time I got muted in Earth Awakenings, I was talking to Whitsit, and Whitsit had heard me talking to Oakley about mean sea level, and Whitsit said, because he said, "Well, maybe you should explain, your cosmology of the globe." I said, "You what? What are you talking about? He said, you're Glober. I said, where did you get that from? What gave you that assumption? Now you're telling people, big voice. He's a Glober. So where'd you get that from? I heard you talking to Oakley. You were backing up the
Well,
globe.
when you say the Earth's not measured flat, look, let me
because I
defend
said
a
that
little
mean
bit.
sea level was a point on the
Yeah.
vertical datum,
But
and
that's
he.
not what flat earthers are talking about, bro. So they're not going to understand unless they know you, because none of us think that the Earth is a measured flat like
No, but
like, I mean, let's say most
hang
of
on.
us don't
This
think
is
that
Witsit.
He's
and I said,
defending Witsit.
he
Give
don't
him
know you though.
chance.
He don't
Come
know you.
on.
All he heard you
Yeah.
say, look,
The White
before
Knights.
all he did is heard you say though.
There you go.
Listen, if all he heard you say was that
How do you know?
it's
He was
not
doing it
measured
again.
flat. I
He
said
was doing what he
if.
was doing.
It's
Yeah.
I literally just
automatic.
said if.
Autopilot. You can't help it.
He didn't like it because I questioned his story about the
No,
Bible.
he said Witsit, bro. I didn't say Witsit. He said Witsit. And I said if, bro. I'm shooting straight from the hip, dude. I said if it's a flat earther, not just Witsit, and he's never heard you, and he hears you saying that the Earth's not measured flat, then you're going to sound like a Glober, because none of us think that there's no topology, bro.
I wasn't. I was talking about mean sea level. That's what it was about, and that's what
Right,
he
but
said. He said,
seen
and I
you in a debate against Nathan, so he probably just assumed.
well,
that
whatever.
you were
Well, there you
Nathan.
go. There's lots of assumptions, but I got muted.
You
Geo
sound like
muted
a-
me.
Yeah, that's stupid.
A lot of
There you
people
go.
do
You
that
got lots
assumption
questions.
thing because Nathan does it too. Nathan automatically says, well, you show us your globe then. Because he thinks the only people that ever ask him questions are these Globers, but not realising that most people around here know that the globe's dogmatic. It's obviously not
You
real.
gotta be on a team. Yeah.
Right?
If you're not on your team,
Everybody
you're on
around
the other
here,
one.
I think, knows that already. You don't need to be dealing with that. What we're dealing with at the minute is a guy who's making a claim that it's measured flat. And not one person has given us an explanation of how you do that.
And Witsit
How about a
says that too.
canal at rest? Yeah, how about a canal at rest, Bev?
So what's
Canal
the
at rest.
measurement, Brian?
Is it fair to say that I can go along it?
What's the
and extend the horizontal line out?
What's the measurement?
Could I describe it as flat? The surface?
You're meant to be measuring it flat.
Yeah, so I'm measuring the ups and downs, the verticals. So if I measure the vertical and the vertical doesn't change over that calm canal, then could I describe it and say I measured it flat?
But you couldn't look at like if you were by the canal and you stood on one bridge and you looked at a bridge a few miles away, you couldn't just point at that and
No,
say,
I'm not doing that.
there you go. Well, that's what Oakley's doing. He's
what I'm
pointing
doing is
at the
taking an auto
horizon and
level,
saying
right?
horizontal, flat.
Yeah, but I'm not Oakley. I'm not Oakley, bro. What I'm saying is I got an auto level, and I've got somebody on a rod, and I benchmark it in my first measurement, and then I measure relative to that benchmark, and I go in the elevation down the canal. I go about 100 feet at a time or less or whatever, and I just leapfrog, and I extend the horizontal line, and the elevation doesn't change any at all on the surface of that canal. Did I just measure it flat?
No, you didn't. You only, for example, if you are bringing this canal, so let's say Bedford Canal. So if the water was still, you are not measuring flat. You can see that it is flat. So you see it being flat. This is not
Well, I
measurement.
just described my measurements, though.
No,
I
this is
described
not measurement.
no elevation change. Every point on the canal that I measured
No,
was
you
a
cannot
zero
say,
elevation change, right?
Brian, you cannot say that by looking at Bedford Canal, you measured it by looking at it.
That's not what it's
I said
saying.
I had
It's
an auto
talking
level
about,
paper.
it's talking about measuring the deviation of vertical.
Yeah, I had auto level, and I went and I measured every spot that I, could stomach on the canal, and everywhere on the surface of that canal I measured had no deviation from vertical. So I'm using auto level to measure
All
the
had
surface of the canal.
the same measurement.
They all had no deviation from
Right, so they were all say
Yeah,
1.5 meters. Right, so they were all the same.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
So the
Yeah, we'll go with that.
same 1.5 meters means
Over a certain
measurement
distance.
of flat.
It
over a
means
certain distance.
no elevation
So-
change.
Yeah, so he's travelled a certain distance and there's no deviation.
Yes, so the argument says that if the Earth is flat, there would be no elevation changes. And because they are, it means that it is not flat. This is simple.
What do you mean not flat? The surface of the canal is not flat. If I just measured it and got no
nobody is measuring
changes in elevation.
Nobody is measuring changes of elevation on the canal.
Why wouldn't we?
Because it is useless. But
No, it's not.
surveyors are measuring changes in elevation on the ground.
This is Brian. This is the point, right? Nathan Oakley is not saying the measurements of the elevation in the canal don't change.
I know, but I'm not Nathan,
He's
bro.
saying
I'm not Nathan.
He's saying, yeah, I know, but you're trying to justify it for him.
Yeah, but I'm listening to y'all squiggle and squirm instead of just being real, which y'all usually are straight on point. And I just said, if I take an auto level and I measure a bunch of points on the surface of a canal, okay, with an auto level, I measure it with an auto level, and there's no deviation, there's no change in vertical. Is it fair to describe the surface of that canal as flat?
You mean like a water level?
Yes, it's unacceptable.
Right. Are you saying
Yeah.
you're measuring a water level to have zero elevation changes?
Yeah, and if
Well, that's
elevation
not
changes with
measuring
multiple
the Earth
points,
flat, is it?
I didn't say
That's you using a level.
Is it fair to call?
It's you using a level to check a level.
So I specifically said, is
zero
it fair to
measurements.
describe? Is it fair to describe the surface of that canal as flat? That I measured the surface of the canal as
but
being
still,
flat.
But still, if we are on this canal, this Bedford Canal, so you can easily discern between canal and Earth around it, and you can see that okay, this water is level and the surface is flat, but the Earth around it is not flat because I can't discern.
Yeah, that's fair. Fair enough. Yeah, I won't argue that.
But he's saying
Yeah.
that
So if
Earth
we're being
is
technical,
measuring-
then yeah, we're not. The Earth is the surface of the canal. We just established something, but yeah, that doesn't have nothing. Everything else around it, we're measuring the elevation changes from basically, in essence, from that surface. So yeah, I can't argue that paper.
And by the way, nobody is really in reality. Nobody is measuring water. This is not surveyor thing to measure water. So if Nathan Oakley is talking about measuring Earth being flat, so he's talking about measuring Earth, ground, soil, terrain, not water, because nobody is measuring water. Elevation changes in water. It's just nonsense because at the sea there are waves and tides, they are moving. So I would say that this is idiotic and impossible mission.
That's where the mean comes in too. Like usually when you're talking about water,
There's a
that's
claim,
just a
right?
point.
There's a claim that both level is horizontal, right? And some people say that level is curved, right? Who's checked that?
I've checked it.
Have you?
You've checked it. Yeah.
Well, with the whole level is curved, they just add that in instead of equidistant, which is what they mean to mean.
Well,
talking blue marble science, man, it's
who
not.
has checked that level is horizontal? I mean, does anybody have a proof that it is? Or would you just go to definition?
No. I have a good proof that I like to use for my own personal thing. When you look at a spirit level, it has an accuracy bar. It tells you its percentage or millimeter, micromillimeter out of range. I posted a picture a long time ago that the margin of error. Well, what's it errored against? It has to be horizontal. That 0.029 degrees from horizontal is the accuracy of your spirit level. That's a good proof for me that level is horizontal because they have an accuracy bar.
Yeah, would there be any need for you to check, or would it only be because somebody said, "No, it isn't"? Like, why would you ever need to check? Unless you were making a claim about something, right? You wouldn't need to check, would you? Unless you were confident enough to make a statement. Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. Right?
Yeah, I'm super confident with that statement.
How many other people do you think have bothered checking? Because, there's a claim people
Not very
claim
many.
all sorts of arguments about measuring angles, and they've never even picked up a sextant. So, like, what sort of lens do people go to prove this stuff to themselves?
They might have watched somebody else. They might have watched somebody else pick up a sextant.
Or not.
I had a discussion with Blue last night, and he lost his shit at the end because he started talking about the Blackpool power.
He's been a bit quiet.
Yeah, he's doing all right.
He's good.
I challenged him to a debate, man. I challenged him to go on debatism, but he didn't accept. But we talked. It was on medical mass media, Demon Stratton and them guys, Cole, and but we had a pretty good discussion until we started talking about. I started describing to him going along like just a scenario. If I 10-mile stretch, say at Myrtle Beach in a boardwalk that was level, and I measure it, and if I just extend a horizontal line in essence, and I pour a boardwalk perfectly level, and so it's 10 foot above the water, and at the beginning, middle, and end, everywhere it's 10 foot above the water. And he said that that I just measured a globe, and I said, how did I measure a globe? I literally. And then I asked him, I said, did I measure any elevation changes? Okay, I went 10 miles, about 100 foot at a time, and I just leapfrogged 10 miles, and he's making a claim that I said, yeah, if you want to add a radius to my measurements and then try and compare it to something in reality, and after you've already added a radius and then say it matches reality, but he said that I proved it. And I said, well, did I measure any elevation changes? And any of my measurements, did I measure any change in elevation? And he said, no. I said, well, there you go. So he's just making a claim that level's curved. So in reality, if you do go measure it, they just call it curved. They say you measured curve, which is ridiculous.
As straight and as level as you built the bridge, it's still curved. You just couldn't see it.
Yeah, it's
then
a
I brought up the
trick.
Blackpool.
Yes, this
They've
is
been doing it for
sophistry because
No, he brought up the Blackpool, and then he lost his shit when I refuted him on the Blackpool, the picture you had. And first time I questioned him, I said, do you know how Bev did that measurement? And since he didn't have an answer, he lost his shit, dude.
And I wanted to respond to it's a Jim, because this is a double fallacy. Because if someone is saying that the level is curved, and it is assumption in his let's say argument, so this assumption, this premise, has to be evident, because otherwise you are starting with wrong premise which is not proven or self-evident is bad premise to argument. So if they are using this curved level as premise, and at the same time they say that you cannot see curvature of that level, so it means that they admit that this premise is not self-evident. Therefore, they are just erasing their premise. So, and if they are trying to use this premise, this invalid premise in argumentation to prove that level is curved, they create circular reasoning. So they are falling into two traps. One is called circular reasoning, as I said, and first, that they are assuming a wrong premise because this is not self-evident premise, because they say it is not evident. So you cannot see curvature.
Here's
So
how he
if-
tried to validate it, Paper. He tried to use long distance stuff, and I'm like, so when you start looking long distance, you're entering different things into the scenario, and so I told him that up close, I could get my most accurate measurements the closer I am. Without a doubt, my most accurate measurements are going to
Yes.
come from the closer I am.
But still, for the future, Brian, because they say that at short distance you cannot see curvature. This is what they say. And at the same time, they also say, they are trying to say that they can measure at long distances this curvature, which is not true, because if it is not visible, because you cannot measure at short distance, therefore at longer distance, it is even less visible. So
right,
it
and I
means-
told him even then. That's a good point. But real
Yes,
quick,
so-
even then, Paper, I said if you're going to try and use, like he tried to use a distant mountain or Blackpool and stuff, and even then they apply 7/6R. So I said even if you're going to use that, which I do agree. I mean, realize it's circular reasoning and stuff, but if he's going to use this stuff and then apply like a 17% correction because it's not curvy enough, then that's when you start getting into the weeds, of assumptions and whatnot.
Yes, and the third thing that you brought up, these mountains, because it is impossible to prove that the Earth is a sphere using peaks of mountains, because you can have a different curvature, because not only on so-called flat Earth there are mountains and valleys that defy flatness, and mountains obviously also defy curvature, this sphericity, let's say. So you cannot use mountains or trenches or valleys or etc. as a proof of sphericity, because they are
Of
not
levels,
spherical.
level curve. I agree. And what they do is so in a lot of cases, like a lot of these mountains, they literally used like going around it with long distance measurements and applying corrections to give it its elevation in the first place. And then when they start running into problems, that's when they say that the mountains are deviating gravity. When they start running into problems or called out with some, then that's where they claim that that the mountain like slightly deviates, just slightly enough to fix it, deviates vertical. What a joke, man.
Yeah, this is the same argument like with this diverging verticals. It is impossible to see. You cannot see because this vertical will, in their model, will lean outside of you, not to the right or left, which could be visible, let's say, but it's leaning out. It's leaning away from you. You cannot see this degree of leaning out or outside because you are on the same plane.
So if you had a point, like if you had a point and two big giant antennas, let's say big old towers, and way off in the distance, like at 80 miles or something, the tops of them would have to be wider than the freaking bottoms. I mean, when you're talking that distance, I mean, you should be able to measure that with instrumentation.
Come on.
We don't think it if we lived on a sphere.
No, I'm just
that they would
you're
deviate?
playing if games that you've probably done 1 billion times in all of these other chat rooms. We've had enough.
It's logical though. If it's a sphere, if we put two toothpicks in a sphere, they're gonna have to deviate at the top further than the bottom, though, right? So I agree. It is a if hypothetical, but they make these claims of these this spherical excess BS over
Who
these long
makes the
distances.
claims, Brian? Because it sounded like you were making the claim.
McToon, Blue
You were
Marble
making them on
Science,
behalf of
Brighton
somebody
Flat Earth,
else.
Andrew Johnson. Oh, but
Only
plenty
flat
of
Earth.
make the
I
claim.
think
Brian, they
Ben's
are
making his point.
they are
Like,
hijacking
we've got to stop
perspective.
talking about the bull crap that we all know is bull crap and start getting away from all that.
Yeah, don't talk of the not that. Sooner you start doing that, the easier it'll be. But you're playing their game for them, and you're coming over here and playing their game for them. They're not even confident enough to make their own claims like that, Brian.
I thought it was funny. He lost his shit, though. You know, I figured I'd bring it up. It was a funny conversation.
Yeah.
I mean, it was actually a good
But
conversation.
I think that's the thing. That's the point.
Do you want to listen
of,
to
like,
this? Yeah.
They're like false. They're false enemies. You know.
Just to let you
They
know,
don't
Brian,
believe the
like
claims
this
that you're trying to
is the
attack.
sort of reach we have.
Is my problem.
Dude, I ask you a question and it pisses you off. That's fucking weird.
Get off that topic.
You just brought it up and said that Bev proved something. I'm asking you how the
I was talking about Bev's Blackpool goddamn tower picture, Brian.
I'm asking you, how can we recreate that? If you don't know, just say, I don't know.
Go to Southport and set a goddamn auto level up and aim it at Blackpool fucking tower.
There you go. Blue marble.
I had a feeling you heard it, bro. That's funny.
Yeah, there's all sorts of stuff that we've done that all of these guys talk about all the time. But they don't want to talk to us about it. That's strange. Nobody wants to have any conversations about any of these things. Now, the very purpose I went to Blackpool, went to Southport to do that, we were doing optics tests. And we did put Blackpool Tower in the background. But the optics tests we were doing were in the auto level, looking at the staff. But they're obsessed with Blackpool Tower. They think there's some sort of a test you can do from a beach 13 miles away. They think it still means something. Blue Marble's still getting upset about it. Not once have they ever decided to go and do this for themselves. They don't. They're like Nathan Oakley. They don't do it. They just talk about other people who do it. And pretend that they do it themselves or that they've got some higher authority because they haven't done it. It's ridiculous. Do you want to go and do the test for optics or for whatever? Go and do it.
Well, Bev, we don't have to do the goddamn test to know that level is curved. Now, for fuck's sake.
There's loads more optics tests that we're going to do. We've been to Bedford to do them too. At some point, they're going to have to realise, right? There are actual arguments that can be made. Some of them don't really have answers. They're that good an argument. Put people in a position of choosing a paradox. And they're like impossible to answer. So rather than try and answer them, what Nathan Oakley does is tries to turn it around. Have a go at people, and it's only going to get worse. I'm not bothered talking to any of the flat earthers, really. From the abuse that Nathan Oakley hands out, libel, and all of the rest of the flat earthers that don't want to address it. They don't want to address the attitude that they've got towards Globers as well. Now, Globers do have the similar attitude, trolls. particularly. But trolls will play both sides. They don't care. They just want to get people riled up. And they love it when flat earthers are going after globers. And they love it when globers are going after flat earthers. And they love it when people are just pointing fingers at people and labeling them. Because nobody ever actually bothers talking about what's going on in reality while all of that's going on.
That should be better for Nathan Oakley if he would start to, instead of protecting his reputation, to protect his claim that the Earth is measured flat. That would be better, but for now he's just protecting his reputation in bad manner, I would say, but never mind. But still, he's not protecting his claim at all.
But Bev, just by you claiming that level is horizontal, makes you think that the Earth is flat. That's my best blue, man. I've done better.
Well, like I've said all along for years, it's not flat. I've never said it is flat. It's measured not flat.
It's not making Beth to think that Earth is flat. It makes blue marble science to think that Beth thinks that the Earth is flat. But this is not the same.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Like if we all know what you mean, you know, you're being real and talking about reality. And but like flat earthers, like I said, who've never heard that, like if you went to Earth Awakenings, if they've never heard of you, which you've been around a while, you're no newbie, you're veteran to this debate, and you've heard both sides and all that. But if they hear you saying there's obviously measured not flat, then they're going to think you're a glober until they hear you claim that level's horizontal or that level doesn't curve, you know, and then they'll understand where you're coming from. You know, that's the point I was trying to make earlier.
Yes, and when they understand where you're coming from, they will kick you from the server. Yes, that's normal thing.
Yeah, unreasonable people will. Yeah, anybody reasonable though can't really argue with the points I'm making. If we're being realistic, then what are you going to say is wrong that he's saying? You could try and make assumptions or wiggle the truth a little bit, this and that. But for being honest and being technical, then nothing he's saying is wrong, to my knowledge.
Yeah, but that doesn't
If
matter.
you're going to kick somebody out.
It doesn't matter. In this...
Well, it should.
Well, no, it doesn't. People are allowed to do whatever they want today. They can even libel people blatantly on their channels or whatever, and nobody cares. You can get people on a Discord to make a group, become bigoted, right? Make a group and then have special rules for the people in that group. Openly, you can openly do that, and it's okay. Nobody really cares. So the conversations that occur, right, they'll either occur or they won't. Nathan Oakley thinks he can just dismiss these questions and never have to deal with them. Because he thinks he's already dealt with them. He'll just keep saying, I've already dealt with it. I've already answered that 1,000,000 times. And that'll be it. You just have to deal with it. The new flat earth debate will be Nathan Oakley berating people for asking him to explain something that he thinks he's already explained. He thinks there's a connection between measuring an angle and measuring the earth flat that's happened in Nathan Oakley's head. But he can't help you link those two things together.
Who was it you were saying that was right, Brian?
Ask again.
Just before Bev spoke, you were saying that someone was right, or what they're saying was correct.
I'm saying Bev right. I was saying if Bev is the points that he raises, like mean sea level being average at a point, you know, and that the Earth is not measured flat. You know, I mean, I of course bring up a point of a canal. That's not the Earth. You know, if I'm being technical and I'm being real, that we would measure elevation changes based off of that surface. You know, and it, you know, if people are trying to clown him and stuff, or call him out, kick him out of servers and shit for telling the truth. You know, anybody who's heard Bev enough knows, you know, he's calling it how he sees it. He's not making assumptions, and to kick him out for that, dude, that's bullshit. That means you must have a narrative that reality doesn't quite agree with. That's why you're still gonna have people like Rob around me, you know, occasionally, and other people who don't, you know, try and add anything to what he's saying or subtract. We understand what he's saying. We don't disagree with it. And
it just makes you quite suspicious of a lot of the flat earthers when they're so triggered by Bev and they can't allow him to speak. You know, what do they have to hide? You know, why is his question so triggering? And you know what I mean? Put them on the defensive so much.
I can't
And I
work
think
that
that's
out myself.
mainly from Nathan and FED. Like, that's why I would like to see you in the Earth Awakenings while he's not there. You know, I think you'd probably have better chats.
I managed to get a couple questions out. Not last time, the time before that when he was on there. It was tough. There was a lot of people there, but I managed to ask him. Yeah, you should go back and listen, dude. Check out one of the Earth Awakenings. I was in it, and I asked him if you could measure a angle. If I was like, hypothetically, if we're on a globe, can I measure an angle to the stars? And he said no. And it took about 10 or 15 minutes later, and I was just being facetious. I was like, what if I'm standing on a beam, like a perfectly straight beam that's on the surface of a sphere? Could I then measure an angle to a star? And he's like, you know, then he started saying, yeah, well, if you're standing on a beam, you could. But then he started talking about how it extends out. And then we're talking about the ground, you know how it goes. But I was, you know, I wish I could fix some of their arguments, man. I'm just me. But I would say, like when for example, when he starts talking about latitudes or angles to Polaris, well, that'll get you within a couple hundred miles, you know, of your latitude, but it's not. And if they're going to make the arguments over and over, you know, the latitudes are measured from the equator, where the sun's at on equinox from your location. And that's the way the latitudes are specified. So it's not from Polaris. And in the South, you don't even have Polaris. And for them acting like you can't measure an angle from a sphere, I would disagree with that. You know, it would have to be a tangent. But to me, it doesn't prove a globe or a sphere. I'd have different arguments for how it doesn't prove a globe or how it disproves a globe than just claiming an angle itself proves anything. So when Bev makes the claims like, you know, you could do fuck all with an angle, that's a geometrical fact. You know, you can't, you say you can get a latitude with an angle, that's just you naming the freaking angle. That you still need a map to make it relevant, or you need more information to do any kind of anything useful. You need more information. If you're navigating, you need an almanac, you need a freaking compass, and in a section or whatever. Or if you're even doing trigonometry, you need you can't do nothing with just an angle. You need the length of a side or two sides. You can get by with another angle and a length of a side, but point being, you can't do nothing with just an angle, period. You can name it, call it a latitude, big deal. We're not talking about that. We're talking about geometrically speaking. It's a fact. But I wouldn't dare try and tell any of this.
For that angle are just purely, you know, conjured in a sense. If they were actually things, and then you could do more with that angle. You could know something about what's giving you that angle, right?
Yeah. You can put it
But if
together
it's
with
just an angle with 100
got more
lines, then yeah, it's just an angle.
Yeah, if it's just you measuring an angle, then that's nothing more, nothing less. If you've got other information you want to retrieve or go measure, then you might have some kind of case in point. Nobody's doing that. Except Brian says that or what do you call it? Elevation angle is a right angle triangle. That's the last one I heard. So I usually stick up for B. I like him, but I don't agree with everything he says, and I certainly don't agree with that. Does anybody in here agree that a elevation angle is a right angle triangle?
Yes, and but originally it was I think QE who said that first. But maybe I am wrong. But still, it is of course it is nonsense. But back to the angle, you cannot prove or disprove anything using just an angle. So it doesn't matter if you are trying to prove flat Earth or sphere Earth. You will not do that. So it works in both ways. You cannot prove or disprove anything about shape of the Earth.
Period. And they don't like that. They don't like that. Instead of just accepting it, like I could take it where, if it goes against one of their arguments in any way at all, or just kind of butts into it a little bit and puts stress on one of their points, then you'll get berated.
Yes, and another nonsensical, maybe even more from QE is that you cannot measure elevation angle from curved surface. This is one of the most stupid what I heard from QE.
It's made it harder to debate, man. In other rooms, like they're giving them the angle and giving the angle so much power. Like I'm having to argue against
There is no debate. Come on.
Whatever you want to call it. Like when I'm in Earth Awakenings or wherever else, like Jesse Gordon comes in or Ruhif with these, which is what you made the point for in the first place, was Ruhif trying to make claims with just angle measurements. And Nathan, when they say that, they're giving power back to just an angle measurement. And now we're having to deal with Ruhif's angle measurements and Jesse Gordon's angle measurements. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, Nathan Oakley doesn't have to deal with that, does he? Ever.
He sure as hell don't. No, he don't.
Yeah, not even by the Globers, which is the bigger surprise.
Mm-hmm.
Not even they want to pull him up on it.
Why do you think that is?
Because they want to use it.
Yeah, because they're both in a mutual partnership, aren't they? It's the same as 10th Man with his celestial thing that McToon came up with his challenge that never got rebutted by the guys that started it off with. Same thing. They'll never deal with each other. And the only people that do actually have to deal with it is you hardcore flat earthers that learn these arguments. And you're like, over there at Earth Awakenings, you've helped Witsit sound like a big man, because he knows all of these arguments now from the, let's call them Globers, but really we'll just call them model afflicted people, right? Seriously model afflicted people. They know all of the arguments now that all of the seriously model afflicted people have, and you've been sat in the heart of it, talking with them, helping them hone their rhetoric, which now they're going to use on podcasts and like Ozian and all of them with Jaren. They'll do that.
Do I detect a hint, Bev? Do I detect a hint of jealousy?
No jealousy at all. I'm not involved in it. It's nonsense. The whole lot of it. We know there's no debate. You've got no arguments. You've got no tests. You've got nothing.
Yeah, I'll give Witsit this. He's pretty damn studied, man. He calls out a lot of claims, and uses their own artillery with their own papers. He goes and reads all these papers to show their fallacies and shit. So I grant him that. He's real good at that.
Yeah, he's going along with Nathan Oakley. It's measured flat. He's a genius, obviously.
Still up in the air on that. He didn't put up enough fight, in my opinion, but I don't know if he ever fully agreed with that claim, but maybe he did.
He did exactly what he had to do. And he will continue to do exactly what he has to do.
He confirmed it with me.
He's a flat earther.
He's plane surveying, that's what he told me, measure the Earth flat. And Alan, space audits. I said, so you don't stand by the Earth measure flat? Yes, he does.
Yeah, but do they stand by the? Wait, real quick. Do they? Because I want to get clarity. Do they stand behind the fact that an elevation angle proves that the Earth is measured flat?
No, he said plane surveying. That was Whitsitt's. Alan's was some videos of a guy in an aeroplane. And when I asked that, and that's what I was talking to Whitsitt about, was that I'd asked these questions, and I'd asked it in his Telegram, in Whitsitt's Telegram stream. And some guy said to me, was talking about the Rayleigh criterion, that 1.22, you can only see 3 miles. And he said, as long as you're at least 3 miles away from the firmament, that's as far as you can see, right? You get that? So if you're within a mile of the
foreshortening. He's talking about foreshortening. If you do the trig.
He said about no. He said unless you're within.
Oh, he said that?
He's not Whitsitt. No, somebody on the Telegram said unless you're within 3 miles of the firmament, that's as far as you can see, right? And I said, whatever you're talking about. And questioned some more. And then some other guy came on. He sent me he posted this picture of a Jewish trope of a kind of a Fagin-looking character, and started calling me a Jewish shill, and all this bigoted stuff. And I said, "Gee, I bet you tell me you're a Christian, all right?" And then they called out to the mods and said that I was being bigoted, and I got thrown off the channel, right? And I said to Whitsitt, this told him that I got thrown off the channel. He said, I'll talk to my mods about it. He said, but what generally happens is that they give me all the details. They find out the person who said that was lying. I said, well, I've got the screenshots too. He hasn't done it. He hasn't gone and done anything about that. I said, so you think, that this division is good? You think that these guys who call me a Jew because I said, whatever you're talking about, the firmament, have you been to the firmament within 3 miles of the firmament? What are you talking about?
What server are you talking about?
On Telegram, on Whitsitt's Telegram.
Oh, on Telegram, okay.
And he said, I'll get you reinstated if that's so. Of course he hasn't. Of course he hasn't. He hasn't even been to look.
How long ago was that?
That was about within the last when I got chucked off there. I don't know, about 3 weeks ago. I spoke to Whitsitt about it. And of course, he isn't going to do anything about it.
Yeah, I don't like that kind of behavior.
He doesn't give a shit. And, soon he'll be untouchable, right? He'll be such a celebrity, he'll be untouchable and unreachable, just like all the celebrities are. Yeah.
With that argument, though, here's the actual claim. Is if you're 6 foot, if I draw a triangle.
Oh, I know what the claim is, Brian. But you've never. Would you ever say that unless you're within 3 miles of the firmament to explain that?
No, that's ridiculous.
Of course you wouldn't. That's ridiculous. Well, that's all. I know what the argument is. That's all I was saying. But he was backed up by the people there and by the mods, and they're probably. And I know that the mods over there are the ones who, and on his bloody YouTube. The ones that are mods now, the ones who are super chatted the most. So if you super chat and pay some money, you'll get a position. And then there's Jerem with his VIP pyramid scheme club.
Let me just say this though: if you go in there and you say like that the Earth's not measured flat, like as far as elevation changes and shit, nobody would disagree with that, bro. So it's kind of contentious if you go in there just looking for somebody to doubt you, to say yes it is, And because you got to establish your premise. You got to establish your premise. If you go in there and you say that level's horizontal, then you get no arguments at all, you know. And if
All
you
right,
want to
well-
start talking about the Earth's not measured flat due to elevation changes, then you'd get no arguments, you know.
Well,
but if you're
it's
going
like
in there
going
just
to the Senate,
just
Brian,
making a
and
basic
trying
claim,
to,
that's kind of
standing
sideways,
on
bro.
the
is all I'm
steps
saying.
with your premise. All right, that's what it's like. It's like standing on the
Don't think it's a little sideways,
the
though?
stairs of the Senate, and with a placard, you know, with your premise, you know, and then you see what happens. You know, that's kind of what I see it to be like that. Nothing different
Being
than the
real, bro. I'm
system
not
that's
trying to
outside.
come at you, man. Honestly,
know.
I'm not trying to come at you. I'm just trying to keep it real, like,
yeah,
and that's
but
why I
that's
give
how
an exact scenario.
Yeah, I find this hierarchy, and you know that's just beyond the arguments. You know, there's a hierarchy, there's a system, there's a shutting down, there's a silencing. That's very much just like the system outside that they said we should unplug from. That's lying to us. That's trying to hide God from us, or whatever it is. You know, and I see the same kind of things going on within these group of people who say, no, come on, we're going to fight and onward Christian soldiers, you know, to this new Jerusalem or whatever they're going to build, you know. But it's
Right,
not like that.
becoming the very thing that they started.
They are
off
the very
trying
thing.
to-
Of course they are. And they are. And people are supporting it, you know.
Do you like any of their points? Like, any of the work they do? Do you like any of it?
Well, I did like the work they did. I did. You know, I watched everything of Whitsitt's, right? Everything, except, you know, some of his early stuff or some music stuff. But all his debates, I'd watched everything till Globus, School in Globus 21, right? Everything, right? I was looking for it, looking for where this goes, all right? Because Dave Weiss didn't give me enough, or nobody else, you know. I was looking for somebody who was debating with PhDs and people of some kind of merit, I thought, you know, and see what they would say. Not just, you know, Dave Weiss chatting to some hippie on a podcast who hasn't got a clue. No, so I went looking, and then I came across Whitsitt talking to PhDs and blah blah blah, you know, and looking at the depth of it, and then found that those supposed authorities from the globe side hadn't got anything. They were also hiding, all right, and yeah, so it's not that I didn't listen and value some of that stuff, and it brought me along, but it was the question of what you believe and what you know. And then when I kind of put the globe to one side and then looked at what was being offered from the flat earth, I applied the same question. What do you believe and what do you know? And I found lots of people believing lots of stuff, and hardly anybody knows anything. Or one person has
Fair enough.
massive speculations. Whitsitt, yeah, he looks at stuff. He's probably good at analyzing. He's good at reading papers. He's good at retaining information. But he just gives some speculations, all right, or contradictions, points out contradictions, and loads of people follow and repeat the same stuff and don't have a clue what he's talking about. So
I
his
don't agree with everything
electrostatics.
he says, but
No, but there's lots of people that just
I-
repeat it, just like they do with the globe. I think, well, what's the
But here,
difference?
one thing I do like about him, man, is he's I've seen him change his stance on a couple things. You know, if you're able to get a chance and you bring a strong point, and you know, he'll hear you out. I've seen him change his stance on a couple things. And I don't agree with him on everything, but I think he does good work, man. I don't mind watching him. I love watching his debates and shit, because these Globers come so sure of what everything is, and he matches their energy and shoots it down, you know. But yeah, I heard what you call it said, like we don't want to get right back in the same scenario, but yeah, I like to go against the grain, and I think he does a pretty good job of that.
Well, he sounds like an authority on everything to me. And I lost faith with him once we got to the biblical debate, the great biblical debate. And that's when I kind of, you know, I'd said before, when I first came here, I said, yeah, I quite like Whitsitt. He hasn't done anything yet that makes me feel like, hang on, what's he saying to make me question it? Until I got to there. I got to the biblical debate thing, and I thought, whoa, this is crazy.
What if we have a biblical debate here and you don't agree with it, and all of a sudden you this place because we're crazy or something? I'm just saying.
No, it's not
And you
about the
can't agree. You
Bible.
don't have
It's
to agree
about,
with everybody on everything.
right. No, yeah, I know, but I asked him about, I said, so you rate Dean Odell, right? You rate him as a the biblical flat Earth pastor, and he said, yeah. Well, then when on the video when I was watching, it was the day after, and he was giving they all gathered together, and he told this story about this woman who lost her voice singing. It was a friend of his. She had a beautiful voice, and her husband played the guitar, and she lost her voice, couldn't sing anymore. He said, and then she came into church, and when she came into church, I saw this purple clawed hand around her throat. Said, and she came in, and I cast that demon out. All right. And nobody batted an eyelid to the story. And yet, if that was some globe claim, they'd have been at it to the nth degree. And I thought, wow, really?
I've seen something similar to that. Never like a purple hand around the throat, but I've seen like a shadow type of looking black thing come out of something that I'm not even going to talk
Whatever.
about. But
There was,
you never know, man.
and it was division. And then they started talking about the satanic globers who taught they will teach their children about the spinning space ball. And that started to be the rhetoric. And then I'd asked him, do you think this is good? Do you think this division is good for anybody?
Do you think Austin? Hey, wait, was it Austin who said that he's seen a hand around the throat?
No, it was Dean Odell, but he was there at the time,
Why did you get mad at Austin over that then?
No, I asked him if he thought that Dean Odell. I didn't speak to him about that. I asked him if he thought Dean Odell was like, he would vouch for him if you like, or he held him up as the a flat Earth pastor. I just asked him that. He said, yeah. And then I spoke something about the video. He said, I bet you $5,000 that didn't happen. I forget what it was I said, because he always offers $5,000. And I said, it's there in the video. He made a mistake and he thought I was talking about another video. So it's there. You can go and look. It wasn't about that. It was about something else. About him saying that the globers were satanic. And then it started to be repeated, and then the guy who organized that whole biblical debate thing is like an ex-mafia guy.
So was he claiming that that wasn't his stance? Is there a chance that he kind of misinterpreted, or he was kind of talking about something else that maybe that wasn't his stance? I mean,
no,
I would think
my
this, if he's willing to bet
question was,
$5,000 over it, then he's got to be not agreeing with of what you're claiming.
He said that
completely.
the Dean Odell had said that kind of thing before, but he said that he wasn't going to say it again. And I said, well, he'd said it because I heard it. There it is in the video, right? And that's what it was about. That he was. I said, do you think this division? Because he was quite central in that whole debate, all right? Because when I watched Dean Odell's stream of it, Dean Odell Europe, the stream ended, and then whoever was filming the camera with the camera and filmed it for Dean Odell in Europe as they panned away, it was Whitsitt. He was filming it, So I thought, oh, so he's well connected there, And that was my observation. But I just saw this big division. I thought, is this good really? What is this biblical connection? Why do they want to have this biblical division between globers and flat earthers? And then say, that they were satanic if you taught your children, they lived on a globe. And that was it. I was asking, do you think this is good? Do you think this is good for,
You say that
for flat Earth?
Austin said that. Last question. I don't want to just keep asking questions. I'm just trying to get an understanding. But Austin said that if you teach your kids a globe, that you're satanic.
No, he didn't. Dean Odell said that, and Whitsitt said no. He had said that before, and he said that he wouldn't say that again. That was previous to the. I didn't know about that. That's what he said. That had been said, and he'd been pulled up on it. Dean Odell, not Whitsitt, but because that's what I was asking about the division, and I said, well, I heard him say that. He said it on his what do they call the preaching thing? Yeah, he was preaching sermon. in his sermon. That's what he was saying. So I said, it's there. I'm just saying he is saying that. So that was what I was questioned. Do you think this division on biblical grounds is a good thing for flat Earth? That was the question. It wasn't about I never spoke to him about the claw or anything like that. I was just wondering what was happening. Why is this? Yeah.
Do you
Why?
agree that the Bible is like the people who wrote the Bible basically, had a flat Earth cosmology?
The Bible doesn't interest me at all. I don't have an opinion on it, and I haven't read it to say one way or the other. I hear people talking about it, but it's not something I would use as a reference for the shape of the Earth. But people can if they want. That wasn't the question. I was interested in a division. Can this be good? That people are going to be set against each other, because it seems to me that's what the system wants. They want division. They want people who their time is taken up in arguments, in battling some false foe.
Will it also create interest though? If it creates interest, it might also then create a start of understanding the Bible a bit more. Who knows? Maybe it's
Well,
been put on the back burner.
It might also just say
you
just
go
have to
and
believe.
see Flatsoid. Flatsoid will sort you out with the Bible stuff. He does all of that sort of stuff now.
Yeah. But maybe you'll
I
just
heard
be
you guys
told it's
talking
okay.
earlier about
The Bible says it's flat. Just believe. There's no need to do any more, is there? You'll be saved. You'll go to heaven if you just say it's flat. It's just that easy. You don't need any proof, evidence anymore.
Yeah, I heard you saying earlier that Paul
That's
has
just my opinion.
refused.
I'm just saying it's not for everybody. I don't speak for anybody here. It's just me saying what I'm feeling about it.
Yeah, Paul has refused any communication with you guys over here. Is that true? Is it?
Yeah, she's blocked us for ages. She wanted to stop being a mod, so she could actually block us. Because I think anything we type or write it's upsetting to her.
I'm not moaning or whinging and go poor me though. It's not that. It's not about that at all. I don't. I can walk away from this.
You don't want to offend people, and when people like Paula take everything so personally, you sort of back away from it. Because I mean, anything you type, it's becoming like that with Nathan Oakley. Anything you say, even when you go over there to give him a hand, right? To give him a way to prove his flat Earth with a straight line, right? Even when you're going over there to help him out, he'll turn it around on you. And that's what Paula does, and that's what most of these people do. They just don't want to even engage with any questions or any conversations.
Like extremism.
I would.
Yeah, I don't like that kind of behavior, man. In fact, I would not follow anybody that. It'd be weird if I agreed with everything. I mean, I feel like my mind has been expanded, and I've got a lot of personal opinions and stuff. And if every agreed, like Austin or Bev or anybody, like agreed with all my thoughts and everything, that'd be eerie. Like if there's a whole million of us who, if he tries to have any other beliefs or raise any other questions, that you get pummeled on. Yeah, that's almost like the system we're under now. It's exactly the same. And yeah, I agree with him, with what you call it. He said it earlier. Like we don't want to get in a system exactly like the one that we're in now. What'd be the difference?
It's the division, isn't it? Everybody is causing division. I mean, this division with Whitsit and Nathan, that was set up ages ago by Sleeping Warrior with Bob and the gravity thing. It's been going for years, right? It's not going to get any better. They're not going to become friends.
It's an advanced argument, man, and it takes a lot of looking into. And so if you look into it, if you hear it and you just shun it because somebody tells you to shun it, because it ain't science or something. But then you could look at it like it doesn't matter. The interferometer is probably the most accurate measurement tool on Earth, and if you want to see what it measures in certain situations, then you can get in that argument. I personally keep open mind to stuff like that, but I'm not married to it. But when I went over to Nathan's to find out, why they were so against it, the interferometry measurements and arguments and points, like I never really got an answer, but I got berated. And before the end of the stream, I was married to the ether, so it was crazy. It was something else.
I still don't understand this argument that this is this deviation in west direction with the light, because if, for example, if stars are rotating and whatever it is called, this container or dome or whatever is rotating, it means that it causes air rotation also. So that could explain easily why this is that which it is calling bias towards west, I think. With this interferometry, and this light pattern is changing due to west. But why not? Because we know that the whole air is rotating also somehow with this dome or whatever. So you don't need any ether or whatever to explain that. So I don't know why.
Yeah, but man, let's be real though. If we're looking at eventually the reality has to almost necessarily has to enter or borderline metaphysical state. I mean, we can't just think things just keep getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller infinitely. There's got to be a line somewhere. I'm not claiming I know where, but it's got to be a line somewhere where it ain't just solid things. And so then that leads you, if you're interested enough and thinking like that, like they say, energy can't be created or destroyed. And if I take a coil of wire and a magnet and I'm getting electricity, I'm getting energy, where'd it come from? Am I really generating it? No, all I'm really doing is transferring what's already there, So it's like at some point you got to leave the particle world.
It is contradiction. They are invoking this entropy law, let's say, that energy cannot be destroyed because it is just a state of matter, and they are invoking, therefore, they are invoking infinity of time, because if it cannot be created nor destroyed, it means that the matter is infinite. So it was never created, and at the same time, they say that they believe in creator. So it is impossible. They cannot.
Right, it's necessary. It necessarily leads to a creator, because they say something came from nothing, and these are the same guys that preach. So we're holding their own laws over there.
No,
they claim that. Hold on, they claim something can't come from nothing. They claim energy can't be created or destroyed, but then claim something came from nothing at the same time. So the ether argument just totally disputes that.
No, my argument is that if this energy and matter is created, so it means that it can be created, and they claim it cannot.
By mortals.
Immortal.
Yeah. Here's where the shit hit the fan, though, man.
They don't add this mortal. They just say that it cannot be created. So it is physically impossible.
This is where the shit hit the fan. This is where it gets interesting to me, is they claim that that the Earth is doing all this stuff, and then they finally come up with a tool. Michelson literally invented it and invented a better one when he floated it on Mercury. I've seen these setups, different ones, and it's measuring light, whatever light is. We know that it behaves in a certain way to a certain extent. We could do some super accurate measurements on displacement or motion, and the argument was this. So they come up with they should have got a certain amount of fringes in the the setup they had when the light recombines due to the motion of Earth, right? And they had the interferometer they set up was big. It was like 10 meters in different directions, and it was 30 times or like 10 times more accurate than it even needed to be, according to all the calculations, and it didn't measure barely anything. It measured hardly nothing. And so the obvious claim is that there is no motion. The Earth's not in motion, but they weren't willing to throw that away, right? They had to throw away the ether, which is like this. So the paper was the motion of Earth and the luminiferous ether, right? So that's like saying this. That's like going to measure a boat going through the water, and you didn't get any measurement at all, and throwing out the water. Like, it's ridiculous, dude. That's the only thing they could come up with. And they had to shrink the apparatus and start changing time and all this bullshit, Then they got contradictions. Like, if the motion's relative, and then how are we getting different times east and west? Like it should be the same relative to if the clocks, that's a direct contradiction. And their responses and answers, the Glovers anyway, start getting more and more ridiculous. But that's where physics fell on its face, is when they threw out the ether, which is basically just a energetic background, or whatever you want to call it. It's in electrical dynamics and all that stuff. However deep you want to go into this, I can take you pretty deep. But on its face, it's just basically energy, a background, maybe a substance that's lighter than hydrogen. Maybe it's maybe it's what makes up everything. Maybe it's just a canvas, for lack of better words.
Let's start with what's a fringe.
No, for me it is far-fetched, because if you are treating this
Yeah, it's
ether
free for all
as an
Friday, but come on.
Chuck a Lorentz transformation at it, and that'll do. Sling it out with Lorentz.
If it is a medium, as you are alluding, because if you are saying that this is a substance, that would be some kind of medium, which is even less dense than air, and that would be impossible, because we know that in relation to density, what is more dense is going down. So in the ether, the air would go down.
That's not always true, man. Like, it's hard to make, but superfluid, what they're saying is true, and what they demonstrated, the jar couldn't even hold it. The jar couldn't even hold it. When they got it down to like within 1 degree of negative 452, that shit started climbing up the beaker and dripping through it, and they say it's got zero viscosity. So I mean, I'm not saying that's what it is, but there's an example of something with zero resistance, zero viscosity, and some strange characteristics. That's what I'm saying. It's got to enter the metaphysical realm somewhere.
Okay,
Reality
but
does.
viscosity is very, very well known thing. So we know what viscosity does. So you don't need ether for that. So we have viscosity of the water.
You can believe that. If you don't believe ether, then you could, that leads you down some rabbit holes, because it's an explanation for a lot. Not necessarily, but I'll say, like, if you evacuate a chamber, like a little vacuum chamber, and you evacuate it, get as much air as you can out of it, you got just like a dime-sized shape of air, like Action Lab did it, and he put it underwater. He said the thing was rumbling, like he could feel the energy. So to me, that's like an energetic state that's hard to achieve, but using a strong ass chamber, and he puts it underwater, then he opens the valve, and it starts filling up, right? And then it's like halfway, and you see all this vigorous bubbling. So if there's no air in there, it's bubbling like crazy. It's bubbling more than if there was air in there. You know how air comes out and shit when you fill it up? It's bubbling in there like crazy. So something's displacing the water, because it's bubbling like mad. And so in that vacuum, and at the end, there was like a little teeny thing of air at the top, like about the size of a quarter. So it couldn't have been that little bit of air that doing all that bubbling. So something was in there, displacing the water, bubbling it like crazy. So maybe there is something in a vacuum, that we just can't measure, can't easily detect. Or I'd ask you, what was making all them bubbles? What's displacing the water?
Displacing the water?
I
If
think
you are
he's been
talking
watching
about
a video on YouTube that we haven't seen. Probably recently.
No, I made the video. I'm the one who made the video. Like, it's a legitimate
still.
question. Like, something's displacing the water. That the air or the bubbles. What the guy who made the video, who did the vacuum chamber, he didn't make these conclusions. I just asked questions, and something's displacing the water. Okay, so my question is, he said that it's nothing bubbles. The guy who in Action Lab, who put the chamber underwater, called them nothing bubbles. To me, I don't accept that nothing is displacing water. So I just call it whatever, ether. That's fair.
No, just water boiling in low, let's say, pressure.
Rotation.
Yeah.
That's what I thought too, man. At first, I thought that's the first thought that came to my head was boiling water. But dude, there was no air at the end. So at the end, all the water that boiled would have been evident inside of the chamber once it filled all the way up, but it wasn't.
Wait
That's
a
my
second,
point.
but what's boiling water? Boiling water is turning into vapor, yes?
Yeah, so if it was that, then the vapor would be in the chamber.
And after that it is still changing into something else, because if it were vapor, it would mean that we would have this humidity and moisture on our faces every time, but we don't. So it means that these tiny bubbles are turning into something else, even more, let's say.
Wasn't tiny bubbles, bro. It wasn't boiling. It was vigorous bubbling, and like I said, the first thing I thought was that water's boiling because of the vacuum, which maybe that's what that little quarter size thing of air was. At the, once it filled all the way up, there was about a quarter, maybe a 50-cent piece thing of air in there. So obviously there was some boiling, but dude, this was vigorously bubbling. It wasn't just little boiling bubbles.
You cannot create vacuum. We cannot create vacuum, so there was air. That's lower pressure air, much lower pressure air, let's say. But still, it was the air. You cannot evacuate all air.
Bro, I think you're arguing without really picturing what I'm telling you. Okay, yeah, there was air. Okay, at the end, exactly how much air was in there, and it was about the size of a quarter. Like a disc-sized quarter, maybe a 50-cent piece. So yeah, there was air in there. But what I'm trying to tell you is that it was bubbling vigorously. There was way more bubbles than there was air, like way more. Even if the thing was full of air, it was more bubbles than even that. Like if there was air in there to begin with. So what I'm telling you is that it wasn't the air. And like I said, I went right to thinking it was boiling, and there was nothing there to. There's something, dude. There's something displacing that water like ridiculously, vigorously. It's the best word I could use to describe it. And it wasn't air. And what do you call it? Nothing bubbles? Air that ain't there?
No. It is impossible. Vacuum is impossible. Physically impossible. Proven by Aristotle. So I don't need to argue, because I already know by demonstrative proof that a vacuum is impossible. So
you don't need to argue, and I do agree that a perfect vacuum is impossible. But I just had a simple question: what is all that?
If it is not
what is
perfect
all
vacuum,
that
it is not a
My
vacuum.
question was this: what's displacing all that water? If it's not the air, because it was displacing way more water than there was air in there, and not even close. And so the question is, something is displacing that water, okay? And it can't be air, because we see how much air is in there, and we see how much is getting displaced, and it's a landslide. So the question is what? So I would say that at some point, this realm we live in, this reality, has to hit a metaphysical type of existence. And so I'll say I don't know what it was. I don't know what was displacing the water.
I have a question, Brian, about this so-called experiment. So how big was the tank with water?
It's probably about 18 inches by 18 inches by 18 inches, somewhere around in there.
And this is so-called vacuum chamber? How big? Oh, how many times bigger than this tank?
Yeah, my bad. The thing of water was a barrel. It was a barrel. In fact, I'll post a video I made and let you look at it. It's a short video. It's worth looking at, man. It's a head scratcher. Like, I'm not claiming to know, but I'm just raising a fair question, you know, like just pointing out that we don't know everything. And they act like they do in a mainstream, but literally they don't. They had to call them nothing bubbles. But I'll post a video in the text real quick.
No, my question is because, you know, they say, I didn't measure that, of course, but it is common, let's say, knowledge or maybe in convention that air is 1,000 times less dense than water. So it is so air has density of 1 and water has density of 1,000. So it is 1,000 times denser than air. So if this vacuum chamber is just 2 or 3 or 5 times bigger than this tank of water or water itself, so there would be no problem that this vapor would fill the whole chamber. So for me, it is absolutely because
here's another crazy thing, though, Faber. Here's another crazy thing. I know you're trying to make logical sense of it, but I encourage you to watch it. It's a very short video. I just posted it. But another crazy thing is like he had to really push to get that chamber underwater, right? Which the way you're explaining it, you know, to try and explain it logically, I get that, and I'm fine with that. And but here's the thing. So why would the vacuum be more buoyant than if it's just filled with air? Okay,
No,
so if we're going to use the math, hold on, real quick. If we're going to use the math, then there's no way that nothing at all can be more buoyant than a chamber filled with air.
We
that's what happened.
We established already that there is no perfect vacuum, and it cannot be perfect vacuum because Aristotle proves that if we have ratio between densities, and he is giving an example that, for example, air or medium has density of 3 and object has density of 4. It means that the difference between them is 1. So they have difference.
Yeah, I'm in agreement, bro.
Wait a second. You have proportion. And if you will lower density of medium, let's say not 3, but 2, so the difference between them would be 2, not 1. So it would be greater difference. So this object in that medium would be heavier. And if you, of course, change density into 1, so even more thin medium, you will have ratio 1:4. So it means that this object will be even more heavy. So
okay, look, nobody
listen. Wait
listen.
Second, one more step. But if you have vacuum, as you say, this density is 0. And I am just repeating Aristotle's argument. And if you have 0, it means that you cannot have proportion to 0. It means that this object cannot move because it has no relation to anything. So it will not go down anymore because it has no relation.
Paper, we got your point, man. Right when you, but I'm sorry to interrupt, but dude, nobody's arguing. Nobody's saying there's a perfect vacuum. What we're saying is he evacuated the air that was in there. Yeah, I led with there's and I told you how much air was in there, and he got as much air as he could out of there. Okay, so whatever you want to call it, but an evacuated chamber, we know in reality that more air is going to float better than less air. We know that we're going to get more buoyancy. This ain't arguable, bro. I'm not acting like I know. But we know that the more air you have, the more buoyancy you're going to have. Okay, so take away the air, take away the buoyancy.
Sorry, I am not proponent of buoyancy. For me, this is just bullshit because buoyancy is just lighter object is going up. This is not
All
buoyancy.
right, so there's something in there then, right? So there.
No,
so
it is just
we know we
inverted
got out
gravity.
the air, right?
This is gravity in the different direction. So helium balloon has the same gravity as a heavy object, but in different direction. That's it.
So there's so nothing. So when we thin it out and get almost all the air out, okay, then that's less dense, but it's still there, right? It's still there, and it's still displacing water. Okay, so what is it unfair to name that? So I've established that it's there. I've established that it displaces water. I've established that it's more buoyant than air, and so. What's wrong with calling it something just because I can't measure it just in every old way? Because how are you going to measure like hydrogen? If you say I can't see it, it can't be there, or something like that. Hydrogen is just something we produce in different ways. You know, it's similar to that.
But this is property of air and water. That if you have air being less dense, it has better capacity to take moisture, and this is normal thing. So
moisture. My bad. I laughed too soon. Got you. I'm with you.
Moisture or humidity, whatever you call it, but that's why this water is boiling at lower temperature, because it has tendency to equalize both. So if we have difference between density water and air, and the air has already a proper, let's say, amount of moisture inside of it in a given temperature, the water will not vapor or boil. But if you change density of air, the water will boil because it has to equalize these two densities, because air has proper density.
Yeah, that's what I attribute that little bit of air, you know, at the end that was in there.
Yeah,
obviously, there was a little bit of freaking thermodynamics going in there, because there was a little bit of air, you know. But like I said, if you just watch the video and see the amount, you'll see it's not what I'm talking about. I could just keep saying it over and over. I agree that there was a little bit of air in there. I agree that some of it boiled into air. Okay, but it's just once you see how much water is displaced, you'll understand what I'm talking about. Like, it's not enough to not even close, bro. It's if you've seen it, you wouldn't even be saying that. You'd be like, damn. But like I said, I would say that you're probably like me. Like, so you don't think air is like physical particles, or I'm asking, do you think air is physical particles, or do you think it's more etheric and stretchable?
They have to be physical particles, and but maybe they are not elastic collisions between them, because for me it is nonsense. But they are elastic, so they are changed because you can't squeeze air. So
okay, if they're particles, we could get them all out.
Rigid. So the particles of air can change density. So they can be bigger or smaller.
Is there a limit to how big they could be?
I have no idea. I'm just going with the normal common notion. You cannot divide.
I've finally got you to a point of where I'm at. You know, where I don't know, but I wouldn't describe it as particles myself, because I would describe it as more etheric and flexible, stretchable. Because if it's particles, why would we need more horsepower to get more particles out? You know, it's just ridiculous. If they're saying it's particles moving around, then you just have to wait for it to hit the pump, you know, in the right place. That to me, if it's particles, it just doesn't add up to me. It's just a good way of modeling it and describing some things like they do with light, and make it particles to describe and model shit. But to me, in reality, it's reality has to go beyond particles. You know, that's my opinion on that.
No, I'm saying let's say my idea of that. Of course, it is not proven, but this is theoretical only. That they have to be some so-called atoms, and this is from ancient Greek because atom is word, it is a Greek word, and it is proven theoretically that you cannot go into infinity, so you have to stop somewhere. And so there are some particles that you cannot divide into smaller particles, and these were called atoms. And in my opinion, because vacuum is impossible, so it has to be that way that these atoms of air or whatever, of these basic particles, have to be touching everywhere. So there is no space between them, because if it were space between them, it means that it would be a vacuum. And if
wait, if there's space between them, then they wouldn't be. I mean, it would be more flexible and etheric, like if it's stretchable. But if it's particles, why couldn't we get all the particles out? If they are there and they're certainly particles, and then why couldn't we get them all out of a space?
You can change if you can cut them with the knife, let's say. So you are just dividing, so like butter. So it doesn't matter. You have knife and you have butter. Man. You can divide any part of that with ease because they have very low inertia. So no problem.
So you're saying no matter what, the particles will keep cutting and half and half and half and half, and so it's not in a sense it's not really particles to begin with.
No, I am saying that you have to stop somewhere. So they definitely has because they have size. So there is some size that you cannot go beyond that because otherwise you will go into infinity. You cannot divide particle ad infinitum.
That would make it not particles, though, bro. You're kind of listen. Let me explain that. If you're saying, okay, here's my point: is if we call it particles, we could put a number on it, and we could say we got half of the particles out. So whatever the number was, we cut it in half, and there's there's that many left, right? So what reason could we not get the rest of them out? But if it's not particles, then we could never get it all out because we're just getting, we're just cutting it in half, whatever it is. It's infinitely flexible, basically. There is no zero to be reached, right?
Yes, Brian, but you are, yes. So basically what I said is that you cannot go into infinite regression. So you described infinite regression. Yes, we agree that we cannot go into infinite regression.
So not particles.
So no, they have to be at some size because we cannot go into infinite regression. So we have to stop at some size. So definitely they have size. And this
Paper, I enjoy talking to you, but there's got to be some kind of language barrier because I'm having a hard time expressing my point for you to like agree or disagree with. Let me try one more thing. So I'd say if particles, I would describe that like a particle of dust or an apple or something. So I would say that I don't need to cut them or cut them up infinitely, regress them. I could get if it's that many number of apples in there, I could pull them out.
Yes, I agree. I know your point because, or I think that I know your point. You think perhaps that this basic atom has to be rigid. It cannot be flexible. But if it has, this is wrong thinking, I think, because if you have any object, however small, that is you can divide into parts, and you have to have object being divisible. You cannot have in physics, you cannot have anything that would be indivisible.
Right. So that's my whole point. So
yes,
if it's indivisible, then we would be able to reach a zero because there's no such thing if they're particles of not being able to reach zero.
I agree. So Brian, we can agree that everything, including these primary particles, everything has to be divisible. So it means that these atoms, or whatever you call it, the smallest particles in the universe, they have to be divisible.
I see what
And
you're saying, and I'm good with that. But I'm just saying, like the way I imagine it is, or if you wasn't done,
you
go ahead.
cannot imagine infinitely small things. So I
Right.
am
That's
not
why I
saying
can't think of things in as like particles. When it comes down to certain things, I can't imagine them as particles. I think of them more like as like energy, a type of energy or something flexible, something. And I'd say the reason we can't get it all out is because there's no such thing as zero.
yeah.
There is no zero. So that'd be like saying there's an infinite amount of pressure I could put in there. So if I can't put an infinite amount of pressure in that box, then I can't pull out an infinite amount of pressure there because there is no zero. I don't believe like Aristotle and them. There's no zero to be reached. I'd have to suck the whole universe through the walls of that box and then back out to ever reach a zero. There's no such thing as zero.
I agree, and Aristotle agree with you always. So this is no problem. So, but we can establish that they are divisible, and therefore they can be flexible. What I am saying
Yeah, I
is,
get. That's a good way of putting it. That's a good way of putting it. I'll give you that.
and therefore you can have particles, these primary particles, without vacuum between them. Because if you have vacuum between them, as is described with modern science, these balls flying in vacuum, they are saying this is air or particles of oxygen or whatever flying in what? Flying in, I suppose, in vacuum. But if they are flying in vacuum, so it doesn't make any sense.
To me, that's like as far as space goes, like being the area around us. There's no such thing as nothing, in my opinion. I can't comprehend nothing. Even if you want to say there's a little bit of particle, whatever, not enough to fill this whole space with any kind of logic. And so I would ask, like when I see a sonic boom, like when I see a jet that broke the sound barrier, it's got this wave of energy, and it looks weird, and it just makes a wall. And we know air doesn't behave like that. So I'd ask, I would say to reveal the ether, it takes very high energy situations like that, like a sound barrier or a vacuum chamber underwater or some crazy energy state for this stuff to even reveal itself. So I would ask, what is that wall that forms itself in the plane that is like a perpendicular wall of energy? It just looks like. I would ask, what is that? It can't be like resisting or friction. Like what? How would you describe that? We know that ain't a wall of air just perpendicular to the plane. It'd slow
I
it
have
down.
no idea because you are
I would
trying
describe it as ether.
But could you see that?
Only when they break the sound barrier, and it looks weird.
So but you are appealing to. I don't know. I have no idea because I didn't break any time sound barrier. So
is it possible that there's a type of something, energy that makes this kind of like the platform for this whole reality? Is it even possible that that something like that exists?
I don't know. All I know is that the quicker you go, the rigid response of the air is. So in fact, you are creating resistance in the air because of speed. So you can reach that speed that the air will respond as a rigid object. So this is not very, I would say.
Yeah, well, I enjoyed
the
the conversation, man. I don't want to hog the whole show paper, man, but I do recommend that you watch that short video. I put it in text. I'll see if I can DM it to you so you can maybe watch it later. But yeah, it's a head scratcher.
Where did you put it? Where did you put it?
I'll repost it real quick. It'll take me 2 seconds to repost it in the live chat or the open chat.
I was looking for the clip. I couldn't find it, Brian. You'd seen that on Twitter, have you?
What is it?
The
Okay, I
ether.
have it. I have it on YouTube. This clip from Brian's.
I'm up for the argument against it too, man.
Just seen it.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think it's in that video I just posted. I think I give 3 examples of potential. You know, I ain't sure of any of this, man. And I mean, I could put up an argument against it too. I'm not dead set on anything, but I like to keep an open mind to everything. And I see it's intriguing the argument when you hear not the whole thing, but when you get a majority of it and see what it does against mainstream science. It's very intriguing, man, and it leaves some questions to be answered if you discount it. So maybe it's real, maybe it ain't, maybe it's something else. Who knows? That's my honest stance.
It's been a good night.
Yes, I hope that people are not bored with our discussion about things that may exist or may not exist.
I think they were really bored. But I can't speak for everyone.
Oh, they could tolerate me from time to time. Most people agree heavily with some of the things I say, and then oppose me with other things I say. I don't mind that, man. I try to keep it objective and specify that it's my, the way I believe, the way I think. I try not to put a solid exclamation point on any of my claims. I try not to.
Okay, it's time for me. So good night, all.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paper.
Night, Paper.
Yeah, I still haven't managed to sort out my outro thing. The Buster one's gone. Weird. So.
Yeah, I think I managed to get that video back up with the Polaris songs, or just true Earth music, whatever. And I don't think he'd have any objection, being put in the topic. It's basically, it's not really a Polaris video. It's just a bunch, to me, a lot of talented musicians in the debate, or at one time or another in the community, to include him. And yeah, I think he had the most songs. I think I had 4 of his songs in there, just little clips of and I showed who it's from and all that. Try to link. If anybody hears it and likes it, any of them, they can go and find it. Because I think there's a lot of talent. Him being, prime example. I freaking love his songs and a few of them. And DJR or DJC, David J. Karen, and Austin, Easton Mahowski. A lot of them, man. They got even
Nathan,
Gleam,
actually.
man. Like that dude could sing. That dude could sing. Like I heard his main song, Adjust Your Brightness, but I went and listened to his other songs. Like I couldn't believe it, dude. Like, oh my God, dude, what's he doing messing around with us? This dude's got a voice on him. He got some pipes. And it seems like he kind of holds back in some of them songs. But then there's times he doesn't, and you can really hear his voice. That dude's got some serious talent. You know what I'm talking about, don't you, Bev? That dude Gleam. Mac Earther.
Is he still around?
Yeah, mostly in the chat. But he comes around sometimes. I think I heard him in Earth Awakenings, but he's in the chat a lot over there.
Keeping an eye on everyone.
I like that guy, man. Really laid back fella.
There's a lot of characters in this game.
Yeah, I even miss George, man. You ever miss George from time to time thinking about him? Much as he got on my nerves, I still miss him, man.
That's a different age, that. They were different Globers. There's none of the Globers like that anymore. The new sophists came in.
He's pretty smart, though, man. I mean, I know he kind of lived in a different world in his mind, but I learned a lot from that guy, man.
Mm-hmm. We all did. But the way it ended. But hey, happens to us all, doesn't it?
Okay, happy
No good,
Friday,
man.
everybody. I have to go.
Yeah.
Thanks, Beth.
Catch you later.
Peace out, Rob.
See you, Brian.
Let me just sort
Now,
this
that's a
out.
cool cat right there. That's a hard guy not to like, man. If you come in and say you got a problem with Rob, dude, you're going to have a lot of people like on your back there, man, in any of the rooms I know of.
Well, let me just sort the music out. It might go quiet for a bit.
It is probably the single most important mathematical idea of all. The notion of proof by circle and line or ruler and compass construction means that geometry can be known about in a way that is different from knowing about physical things, and so makes geometry epistemically differentiated. Furthermore, starting from circles and lines alone and constructing a relationship using circles and lines alone makes the conclusions certain in a way that nothing else was at the time. In geometric reasoning, the argument and the conclusions were made supremely clear and evident to the senses. Indeed, the concept of proof, a mechanism that gave a warrant for claiming geometry to be perfectly and absolutely true, made geometry the very paradigm of what we mean true and certain knowledge to be. In effect, in our understanding of nature, true means true like geometry is true.
Come go with me. Open your mind. Was all I ever knew. Finding the knowledge of the real world starts with the point of which has no parts. These are the axioms of life.
True.
And I take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry.
Perfect.
And I don't care what all the sophists say. I find the proofs in reality. 'Cause they were right.
We call this
We know that they were right.
true. We call this proof. Like geometry is true.
Starting with circles and lines alone, constructing the nature of what's known.
We call this proof.
Conclusions are clear and the evidence seen. This 3D space works perfectly. And I take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry. And I don't care what all the sophists say. I find the proofs in reality.
Geometry is true. Perfect. Absolutely.
And all around you is sinking sand. You have a place on which to stand. Foundations were already built for you. Open your mind, and I'll take my chances with the older ways. Hearing the words of what the ancients said, they say my words sound like sorcery, but there's wisdom in all honesty. Come go with me. Open your mind. Come go with me. We'll find the truth.
True.